Chair Farini, we're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Good morning and welcome everyone to the January 12th hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Happy New Year to everyone, and would you please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and Mr. Villalobos, could you handle items 2 and 3, please?
Yes, thank you. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Indians Valley, San Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. On CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
And Chair Farini.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And then item 4, do you need to read that into the record, or does Mr. Wilson handle that?
I'm happy to read it into the record, and Mr. Wilson can add in, can help me out with that. So this is item number 4 is reconsideration of the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency. So again, the commission needs to make these findings every 30 days to remain remote. So I'll just read that into the record, and then we do need to take public comment on that as well. So reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency, consider whether state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, find that the legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency and the state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, and direct staff to continue to notice and hold hearings and remote hearings consistent with Government Code Section 54953E3. So I don't see Ms. Plowman here, but I believe that the department continues to recommend that the commission retain the remote hearings. But perhaps Secretary Wilson has something to add to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy New Year, commissioners, and thank you, Chair. Based on the current information that we have and based on the current trends that we see in the Omicron strain and other numbers increasing with the COVID-19 throughout the area and the region, staff is recommending that those findings can continue to be made and recommend that the commission go ahead and make the motion to continue to provide direction to staff to have remote hearings as identified in the agenda.
Okay, and then do any of the commissioners have any comments before we ask for public comment? Not seeing any. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment on item 4?
We didn't have anyone specifically sign up for this item, but we do have someone present. If you would like to speak on this item, just raise your hand in Zoom and I will call on you. Looks like no, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. So can we get, do we need a motion in a second on this?
I think you do, and it's so moved.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau.
And I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And now on to item 5. Mr. Villalobos, would you read that into the record?
Yes, item number 5 is the election of the 2022 Planning Commission Chair and Vice Chair. So I think that you just opened nominations for either one.
Okay, and we have a little technicality here. Commissioner Blau would normally be next in line for vice chair. Commissioner Blau, but I think last you spoke with us, you did not believe you would be here for that. Are
Well,
you
my
going to
term,
move?
yeah, my term ends on December 31st of this year,
Okay.
and I'm not likely to accept a reappointment for 2023. So it's my suggestion that what I'm going to move that we make Commissioner Park the vice chair, so that he would be chair in 2023, and then assuming you get a new 5th District Commissioner in 2024, that would give him a year before he would become chair or she would become chair. Although Commissioner Brindley did a great job coming on board as a chair with no prior experience in the commission, let's say it was at least difficult. And I'm not sure that I would well, I just don't know that we could find the quality of Commissioner Bidley for the next 5th district without any prior experience, if you get my drift. I mean, you did a great job, but that's unusual. So I just assume we delay the 5th district chair for a year and let Commissioner Park be the vice chair.
Okay.
So
So
I'm gonna nominate Commissioner Cooney as chair and Commissioner Park as vice chair.
there we go. Commissioner Bradley.
Well, thank you for those comments. And I guess when I landed on the commission, I was not aware of the very sacrosanct rotation of these positions, that that if you go out of order, then it kind of upsets the apple cart. So Commissioner Park was certainly chair before I was, so that makes sense for him to be vice chair. I guess, is this a decision that we have to make today in terms of the vice chair function? Because I understood Supervisor Lavanino was actually staying in the 5th district. So is it really something that we have to do today, or can it be calendar in 6 months?
He did stay in the 5th district, but Commissioner Blau was drawn out of the 5th district. So that's where the challenge is.
I will comment, it's not unusual
Right.
to change the rotation. It's happened before. I can't remember, but it was one of the 5th district commissioners before me, for medical reasons. I think he elected not to be chair when it was his turn in rotation. So, and I do believe that Commissioner Brown and I swapped positions as the chair in the past. So it's not unusual. There's a rotation, but it's not like it's in concrete. It doesn't have to be. But I do think we need.
I sure wish I could have gotten out of 2020. I'll tell you what. I mean, 3 months on the commission and then COVID and then everything else. But okay, all right, then I understand if it's flexible.
Yeah, it's flexible.
So is that a second then, Commissioner Bradley?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
and one last time, Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and with that, I thank everyone for their support over the last year. It's been really a lot of fun, actually, and I look forward to being under the helmsmanship of Commissioner, now Chair Cooney. It's all yours, Chair Cooney.
Wait a second. Wait a minute. Isn't
Well, you
this
have
our
to ask the new chair. The chair now runs the meeting, not me.
All right. I blurt out. I just wanted to say thank you, because I thought Chair Farina did an excellent job in the in the COVID world of Zoom, and I love the fact that you kept everything on time and you considered meal breaks and duration of everything. I thought you did a fantastic job, and your demeanor was excellent. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley.
Yes, I think Commissioner Farini sets a perfect example of patience and guidance. And there were a time or two where the discussion was getting out of line, either from the public or the commission, and in his very firm but polite way, he got it back on track. So it's a hard job, week after week after week, and I don't think anybody's done a better job in my time than Commissioner Farini. So thank you, Larry, and you're going to continue to be vital to our process this year.
Thank you.
Okay, so we still have a little business to accomplish. Item 6 is the appointment of the Planning Commission Secretary and Recording Secretary. Do we have motion from any commissioner with that respect?
No, here, I'll make the motion that for the secretary, we nominate again Jeff Wilson, and for the recording secretary, Mr. Villalobos.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comment from other commissioners? Not seeing any. Mr. Villalobos, as your first act again, and your new term, would you call the roll, please?
Of course. Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
and Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Villalobos. You're vital to everything we do here. Okay, the agenda status report. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Cooney, and congratulations on your election. I was on the edge of my seat on that reappointment, wondering if 2022 would be a different year. Looking at the status of the agenda today, we have 2 items listed on the standard agenda. The first item is a cannabis operation located in the Carpinteria area. And then we have a briefing by the Long Range Planning Division on the safety element update and climate change vulnerability assessment, which will follow the cannabis project. So staff and applicants are available and ready to present on those items today. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Please do. Thank you.
Looking towards the upcoming hearings for this year, our next scheduled hearing will be on January 26th. At this time, we only have one item projected, which is another cannabis operation in the Carpinteria area. And then moving on, we have another item scheduled on February 2nd, which is an appeal of the El Dorado Gardens that's located in the Buellton area, another cannabis operation. And then moving on to February 9th, we have an appeal of a single family dwelling. And then we have another appeal of the Nahoe Farms Cannabis Cultivation Project. And that one is also located in the Buellton area. Moving forward in the year, February 23rd, there's a number of items on that date. We have appeals of the Crown Castle telecom projects scheduled for that date. We also have a cannabis project, appeal of a cannabis project scheduled for that day. And then Long Range Planning has a couple of time-sensitive items scheduled for that day as well. Their 2021 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report, as well as their work program and report on housing-related matters on that date as well. So that date is already pretty impacted. We won't be adding any more items to that date. Then moving down to March 2nd, we have an appeal of the cannabis project in the Lompoc area, and then another cannabis project in the Carpinteria area on those dates as well. And then that concludes it. We are looking at that agricultural cold storage date, either probably beginning of March as well. So those are the kind of the long-term projects that are coming before the Planning Commission. As we continue to go remote and consider remote hearings as well as moving into in-person, I know it's a little premature, but looking at March, currently with remote, we are able to have hearings for items that are either in North County and South County, but when we go in person, we may need to reconsider that. But it may be a little bit premature at this time to do that, but Mr. Villalobos and I will look at that as we continue to consider remote hearings or in person and scheduling projects appropriately for public comment and participation. Mr. Chair, that concludes the projection report at this time.
Well, my hand raised here.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I just have a question. Can anybody give us any progress report on the states looking at the Brown Act to see if we can't continue to go remote as an option? I mean, to me, I truthfully prefer it, and I think it's made our meetings go exceedingly well and actually gives the public more access than sitting in the hearing room for, all day, not knowing when their item is going to come before the commission.
Call from
I mean-
180.
Is that your phone, Commissioner Blau? Oops, now you're on silent. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy
I just
to,
muted myself. I got, I've got it set up to where if it's a spam call, it rings once and hangs itself up, but it still rings once.
Okay. All right. Other commissioners, any questions? Commissioner, I see Commissioner Briley.
I don't want to say that Zoom has grown on me because I do it a lot for other work. And I'm actually fatigued with Zoom. Now I've got COVID fatigue with Zoom. So I actually appreciate what Commissioner Blau is suggesting. I think what he's trying to get at is if we could have partially in-person hearing rooms and then have Zoom attendance, or is he suggesting that we, kind of work ourselves into all Zoom meetings forever, regardless of COVID? Because I think there's something lost when you're not in the hearing room, but, I may end up, having to give that up. I just think there's a lot of interaction amongst the commissioners that is lost when we're on Zoom, and also between the public and the commission and just the feeling of the room. And maybe that's because I'm used to that environment, but is the commission thinking that we want to prefer to stay on Zoom forever? Is that what the discussion is?
Mr. Chair, can I just
Sure.
intercede for a minute? I'm wondering if we can move this to the director's report, because then I can talk to you guys a bit about the work we're going to be doing with our lobbyists in Sacramento, and then we can address this issue.
Let's finish with the projection report. Any other comments on the projection report from commissioners?
Oh, just one. I'm sorry. Secretary Wilson, you said something about the cold storage case, and are you referring to something on March 2nd, or where was that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Briley, it isn't on the projection report at this time.
Okay.
We're currently coordinating with staff and the applicants on a potential date. I threw out a tentative date of March 2nd or early March for that hearing, but that hasn't been confirmed with staff at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Chair Cooney, before we move on from the projection report, I did receive an email from Mr. Sotelo, who wanted to provide a comment on the projection report, if he can.
On the projection report, I'll tell you what, let's go to the public comment portion of our meeting, and Mr. Sotelo can speak to that item. And we'll find out if anybody else has public comment.
All right, if anyone other than, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
No, I was just going to suggest you could invite Mr. Sotelo to join the meeting now.
All right, I'll call on Mr. Sotelo first, but if anyone else present has would like to speak on any other items that's not on today's agenda, just also raise your hand and I'll call On you after Mr. Sotelo. Mr. Sotelo.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Mark Sotelo, on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. On the projection report, first of all, Happy New Year all, and thank you for your service. Congratulations on your appointments, and thank you for your service. This is not a lightweight undertaking, and I know you all take it very seriously. We had received a communication from county staff over the last couple of weeks that the El Dorado project has been withdrawn by the applicant. So I was surprised to hear Secretary Wilson note that it's still on calendar for early February. So I wonder if I just wanted to call that to your attention, both for scheduling purposes, also to ask Secretary Wilson if he could confirm. I had spoken to Mr. Dargle and received an email from the applicant indicating their withdrawal of the El Dorado project. And then I'll just offer my 2 cents in public comment that I'm finding the hybrid mode to be an appropriate platform. We do have greater access through Zoom, but there are costs associated with that. So when it is safe to do so, and with the appropriate precautions, I think having the hearing room available for meetings is helpful for the public. But the Zoom platform is one that also is, I believe, very high functioning, and should be preserved for as long as it can be, with the option of appearing in person. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sotelo. Are there any other individuals that would like to speak on public comment at this time? Mr. Villalobos?
Chair Cooney, no, does not appear so.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that brings us then to the director's report.
Well, I have one more question on the schedule going forward. Is Mr. Wilson, you were saying that the next hearing's got one item on it. Is that item time sensitive? I mean, I just hesitate to have the county go through the expense of a hearing for a single item if it's not time sensitive. Now, obviously, if it is, I would not object to it, but I'm just curious, could that be put off to another hearing? And because it costs the county $3,000 or $4,000 to put these hearings on.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. There is another side to the discussion. It is, as I recall, a cannabis issue that is in the Carpentry area, nearby, in fact, to the item on our current agenda. And we would have to at least get the consent, I feel, of the applicants, because the cap on approved projects is a factor. And I think normally a one item meeting is to be avoided, and it usually is. But in this case, there are extenuating circumstances that we need to recognize.
Well, that's why I asked the question. It appears that you're telling me it is time sensitive, or at least it's for the applicant. Obviously, that I wouldn't want to do it a different date, but the question was, if it's not time sensitive and it does no one any harm, I would prefer to see it moved. If it does someone harm, I don't want to move it.
I think we'll have a chance during the current matter before us today to discuss the immediately future projects and their interrelationship. So stand by, Commissioner Blau, and I'm sure staff will avoid a one item meeting if they possibly can. Okay, we down to, we've got 3 sets of minutes, but before we turn to that, are there any informational reports from planning commissioners? Don't see any. All eager to get going. Great.
I believe.
How about,
I believe Commissioner Park has his hand up, Mr. Chair.
oh, really? Okay, there it is. Commissioner Park.
Yes, since we saw each other last, I've met almost every day with various ag landowners on upcoming ordinances that will deal with them and have some countywide applications and also the recreational master plan. And we had a little blip that was helped tremendously by a meeting up here that Director Plowman so graciously attended even in the middle of the Christmas holidays, and just did a great job, I think, in representing the county and hearing things. So I'm very, very proud of Ms. Plowman in that regard. If you look behind me, you'll see that something's missing, and that's my beautiful white horse, Remington. May he rest in peace. He was my horse of 27 years, Endurance Hall of Fame. He and I hold the world record for longevity in the sport. And he saved 6 people's lives doing search and rescue work, and the list goes on. So for those that know me, that's a big, big hole in my life. My wife was my true love, but he was my soulmate. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Anyone else? I'm getting used to looking for the hands up feature. Don't see any. So are we ready then to move on to the minutes? We have 3 sets of minutes. The first of which is the December 1st meeting. Everybody had a chance to look at those minutes and approve or suggest.
Wait. Actually, I'm sorry, raise hand. Wait. My screen's off kilter here. Sorry, raise hand. There I am.
Okay, I'm calling on you, Commissioner Bradley. You went to all that trouble.
Okay. Item number 2, the Galileo Pisa. The discussion, I didn't go back and read the tape, but I remember I felt pretty strongly that I did not want to include the recommendation about the crosswalk at Calle Real. Is that really what we included in the motion, or did I agree at the last minute after discussion? Can anyone elaborate on that? So it's item number 6 on page 4. I honestly don't remember including that in my motion. So help.
Yes, you made the motion, and it is included by our minute keeper, Mr. Villalobos, unless he feels otherwise. We could reconsider that matter, but I'm not anxious to take a lot of time to do that. So
No.
Mr. Villalobos, do you recall that the motion made by Commissioner Bradley did include the reference to the installation of a crosswalk on Calle Real?
I'm going completely blank. I think that's too far from my memory. I'd have to check my notes.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Commissioner Park has it.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking on that item that we don't need to resolve it now if you've got research to do on your notes. But Commissioner Park, go ahead.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I have a very distinct memory about it. I really was the person who pushed on that issue. And I think the way it came out in the motion was that it was left off the motion and included as a recommendation to be considered by the board and by the, if it went to the board and by the developer to investigate the crosswalk. But my recollection is that Commissioner Bradley actually left it out of the motion and requested it be left out of the motion. So there you go.
So could we defer these maybe until the next hearing and
Yeah, we will. Just set aside the minutes of the first, and Mr. Villalobos will give us next meeting, he'll give us an update on what his notes show, and we'll get it right.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, so we're down to the minutes of the 8th of December. We have a motion to approve those minutes.
I'd so
Commissioner
move.
Bradley?
Yeah, I'd so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I have one comment, and this is just a matter of principle. I don't mind it staying in these minutes, but very consistently, all of our minutes refer to our commission as the Planning Commission, spelled out. And in this particular set of minutes, in item 3, on page 4, the findings are reported that the county PC's action do not constitute a project. And I'd like to have that amended to read County Planning Commission, as we usually do. Does anyone object to that?
No objection, Commissioner Cooney. Perhaps an add-on is it's also referred to as just the commission on item 3. So are you looking for more uniformity throughout all the minutes, that it's always referred to in the same fashion? I think that does add a lot to it.
Yes.
Would that be the
Commissioner Bradley, do you have a comment on that?
No, but there's something odd with the numbering now that you've got me looking at the text. We've got, right? We've got 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3.
And then 1.
And then on the last page, 2, 3. So I think there's a correction, I think.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't recall, did someone make a motion which would be as corrected?
Yeah, I think I made the motion. I wasn't sure I was muted when I made the motion. I'll move for approval. And I just do need to get a clarity. I think Commissioner Cooney was not in the hearing when we saw item number 3. So I don't know how you vote for approval on that, or, I mean, the rest of the actions that we took are probably accurate. So I don't know how that works.
So if you're talking about, are you talking, Commissioner Blau, about the shopping center item?
Yes.
So it indicates that he's absent on that vote.
Oh, 4-0. Okay.
Yeah, so we have some corrections there, though. And Commissioner Blau moved for approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. I will abstain from voting on this set of minutes, given the fact that I missed part of that meeting. So go ahead, Mr. Villalobos, with the roll call to approve with corrections.
All right. Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
and then Chair Cooney.
Abstain.
All right. Thank you. That motion passes 401.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We have one set of minutes left, the very short meeting of December 15. Can we get a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll move.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Farini moves, Commissioner Blau seconds. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So we're all the way to the most exciting part of the morning so far, Director Plowman. Welcome and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, commissioners. Good to see you all. Just a couple of things I wanted to thank Chair Perini for doing a great job over the last year. It was a pleasure working with you. So we look forward to your next rotation.
Thank you.
And to welcome Commissioner Cooney, who I've worked with for many, many years, and it'll be, I'm sure, a pleasure to work with you again. So, condolences to Commissioner Park on his partner, loss of his partner. That's very hard. So my thoughts are with you. So, as there's been some discussion, obviously, and unless you have you're hiding in your closet, you know, Omicron is sweeping our county and the country and the world. And I'm not sure how many people watched Dr. De Reynoso's presentation yesterday, but we've had, we have the most cases we've ever had in the county. So it's been a real challenge, and it has impacted our department. We have more cases with our own staff than we've ever had. So we are trying to be as safe as possible. We do continue to offer in-person appointments. So we're not going to shut that down, but we are having as many people work remotely as possible. Just trying to make sure that everybody adheres to the recommendations from Dr. De Reynoso and Dr. Ansorg. With respect to Brown Act update, I will continue to work with Cliff Berg, because I think there is some benefit to maintaining some aspect of the teleconferencing in our hearings, meaning that some, at least maybe up to 2 commissioners could be remote at a hearing without triggering the requirement to have the address of where they're located posted. And we also think that the teleconference hearings is an advantage to the public, that it gives the public the ability to participate in our process in a more convenient way. And as Commissioner Blau commented, that they don't have to sit in the hearing room for 2 or 3 hours to wait for their item to come up. And I think that's a barrier for people to participate. And in addition, we have hearings during the day. So this gives people an option of being able to work and still be able to participate, not have to take the day off to come and testify on a particular item. So we are going to continue to work on that. I will keep you posted. I need to reach out to Cliff Berg now that the new year has started and see where the efforts are on that in the legislature. Any questions on that? I see Commissioner Park has his hand up.
Yeah, I'd like you to, if you would, to just look at one little thing or think about it. Personally, I like this hybrid idea. I'll tell you what I dislike the very most is when we have a meeting in, say, Santa Maria, and then we have people in the hearing room in Santa Barbara. This is pre-COVID, or vice versa. And our Board of Supervisors does it now. And I think there's a meta message there of a divided county that I think is ugly and people don't think about. I just don't like it, and I don't like the way it works. I can't hear very well when we're doing that. So I'd rather have, if we're having a meeting in Santa Maria and people want to participate remotely, then do it remotely, Zoom from your house, or vice versa. But the question is, are there members of the public that, if there's a Santa Barbara hearing on site in Santa Barbara, that instead of appearing remotely by Zoom or going to Santa Barbara, they actually want to go into the hearing room in Santa Maria and speak? I mean, I wouldn't think so, but it's worth at least asking and finding out if that's some public benefit to have these split hearings. That's another thing of mine is sometimes when we talk about hearings and we're talking about who's using what hearing room and all that, and the idea that we have to occupy 2 hearing rooms at once tells me I don't like that. Anyway, but please think about this issue of are there be members of the public that are benefited by actually having the split hearing room? Thank you.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, and I will think about it further, but as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking about people who may not have sufficient internet access or may not have transportation to get to North County or South County. So those are the people that I would think would take advantage of that.
Mhm.
Most of our members of the public have been participating by Zoom and can, but I will give that some more thought as we, once COVID starts to lift, fingers crossed, because I think I've said that probably 5 times now. We'll consider that and we'll figure out how we're going to function with respect to planning commission hearings. I see Commissioner Blau has his hand up.
I'm just going to make a comment following on Commissioner Parks's comment, but I know there's been a couple of occasions where Commissioner Farini and I attended the hearing using the conference room in the Santa Maria when the hearing was in Santa Barbara. And we were forced in the conference room because there was a conflict using the main room in Santa Maria. And we actually got some criticism from having members of the public sit at the conference table across the table from Larry and I. So it becomes an issue. However, having said that, if I could participate remotely from my personal office, like we're doing today, that conflict is not there, and you could still have people or members of the public participate in the Santa Maria office when the hearing's in Santa Barbara. And obviously, especially I know there was when we had a number of hearings for projects in Tippescay, where the hearing was in Santa Barbara, it was real beneficial for members of the public to come to Santa Maria and not have to drive all the way to Santa Barbara. So just something for Ms. Plowman to think about. I mean, I get it, but it was a problem, and we did get some pushback from County Counsel's office having people sit at the conference table in Santa Maria when we're attending remotely. Not a problem if we're at the normal chair in the chamber, but frequently, the main chamber is being used by some other county agency.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau.
Lots to think about, Ms. Plowman, and I'm sure you represent all of us in opting for the alternatives that give the greatest possible public participation. And of course, we want all the commissioners to be able to attend as well. So seems to me you've got about 8 different ways you could go with your recommendation. We'll keep an eye on it when it becomes relevant.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Couple other things to report on. The board did take action on a few things. In December, they approved the Canarios cannabis project, Abel Maldonado's project in Santa Maria. So denied the appeal. And then we had the Santa Barbara Ranch development agreement. My determination that the developer was in compliance was appealed to the board. And the board actually made a determination that they did not think they were in compliance, and asked us to return with findings that they were out of compliance. And the main objective here is to see the restoration that was part of the development agreement implemented, and they've had some challenges doing it. And so there will be an opportunity for the developer to remedy that problem, but I will keep you posted with what the board's final action is on that item. And then future board items that will be heard, Decker the Decker appeal will finally be heard on January 25th. And then we have the Hacienda Amador Homestay appeal on the 8th of February, and the Exxon Trucking project on the 8th of February. Moving to the 15th, we have the Caldwell Cannabis appeal by the coalition. And we have the Galileo apartment appeal. That was appealed to the board, and that's going to be heard on the 1st of March. G&K Cannabis appeal, that's for that processing facility. That appeal is going to be heard on March 1st. Also, the Orcutt gas station appeal is going to be heard on March 8th, and the long range work program is going to be heard on March 15th. So we have a very busy first quarter at the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. It does sound like we're off to a busy start in your department. And I don't see any comments, Ms. Plowman, but we appreciate your presentation every meeting. So thank you.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're down to the standard agenda. We could take a 5-minute break before we start on item 1, or we could get into it and then take a break around 10:30. Preferences? Commissioner Freeney, what's your choice?
I'm good with 10:30 break.
Okay, good.
Thank
Then
you.
Mr. Villalobos, if you'll read item 1 into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Winfred Van Winkerden, applicant and owner, consider case numbers 19 DVP 17, 19 CDP 18, and also State CEQA Guidelines Section 15168C4, checklist for commercial cannabis use, entitlement, and licensing applications.
Okay, so we begin with disclosures by commissioners of ex parte conversations or involvement. Commissioner Farini.
Get unmuted there. Thank you, Chair Cooney. Yes, I visited the site last week and spent a few hours down there looking at the new carbon scrubbers, and which were at a different facility, but also touring the project site that we're working on today.
Commissioner Park.
I also went down there last week and toured the facility, and then the other facility where there's some carbon scrubbers. And I don't know why Commissioner Freeney didn't call me up and say, why don't you come with me? I'll pick you up and we'll go have lunch, but whatever.
Because you don't answer your phone.
And also, that's right. I do owe you a phone call. And then I somewhere in there, I believe I had a phone conference with Aaron Weber on the project as well. But that was probably just setting up the site visit.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Bridley.
I also did I had an initial call with Aaron Weber, and then I had a site visit on Monday to the 2 locations, the site today at 4555 Foothill, and then the related site to see the charcoal carbon filter installation. That's all.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I had a Zoom call yesterday with Aaron Weber, and I'm going to let Aaron or Jay tell you who else was on the call, because there was like 4 or 5 of them, and I didn't write their names down, but it was a half an hour Zoom meeting with her group.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. I visited the site this past Monday. Aaron Weber was there, Jay Higgins also, and the applicant's team, many of whom we'll hear from today. It was informative, and like the rest of you, I was able to go to the second location to see the initial installation of the regenerative carbon scrubbers. Okay, so with those disclosures, we're ready to turn to the applicant. And whoever is going to speak first, if we could get an idea of how long the applicant expects the presentation to take, I'd appreciate it.
Are you going to have a staff report first by chance?
Oh, yeah. Good
I think
idea. Let's
Kind
do
of
that.
rusty. I think he's.
Yeah,
kind
it's been a couple of years since he's been here.
We better get him that cheat sheet that Mr. Villalobos has.
Yeah. It's too much fun to tease him, and it's like, no, just
Let's go to staff.
I love it.
You guys can continue to laugh in the meantime, but Ms. Byler.
With you, dear colleague Nutt. Yeah.
Ms.
Well,
Byler.
thank you. Great. Thank you. With that, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, and Happy New Year. Gwen Baylor here, and I will be presenting the 4555 Foothill Road Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation and Processing Development Plan and Coastal Development Permit this morning. Next slide, please. The 6.59 acre property shown in purple is zoned Ag 110 and is surrounded by parcels zoned Ag 110 as well. It's located over 750 feet west and 500 feet north of the city of Carpinteria. Parcels to the east, north, and south contain applications for cannabis cultivation as shown by the red dots. And parcels to the east, to the east are used for greenhouse cultivation, non-cannabis. Access to the subject parcel uses existing driveways off of Foothill Road. The project requires a development plan for over 20,000 square feet of development and a coastal development permit for a cannabis operation. Next slide. So here is the parcel with north oriented to the left of the slide. Parking will be located near the entrance to the parcel. Fencing is shown with a dashed pink line. Water tanks are shown in blue. Downward facing motion sensor lights are shown in yellow. The permitted greenhouse is outlined in dark green, and the permitted pack house is outlined in light green. As-built structures to remain are shown in gray. Development that will be demolished is shown in red. New Monterey pine trees shown with green clouds will be planted to fill in gaps in the existing extensive mature vegetation buffering Foothill Road. A permitted single-family dwelling unrelated to the cannabis operation is located in the front of the parcel outlined in black. Next slide, please. So that brings me to an overview of the proposed coastal development permit, which consists of 4.29 acres of mixed light cultivation in a permitted greenhouse and 0.09 acres of processing in a permitted pack house. The project will have up to 25 employees from 6:30 to 3:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday. There will be parking on site and employees will be provided with incentives for ride sharing. New landscaping will further screen from Foothill Road. The odor abatement plan includes carbon filtration in the processing building and regenerative carbon scrubbers in the greenhouse. An existing vapor phase system will be continue to be used until it's not needed. The project proposes to use 12.05 acre feet per year of water, which is less than the historic usage of 14.07 acre feet per year for the previous cut flower operations. Agricultural water will continue to be provided by a shared offsite well. Domestic water will continue to be provided by the Carpinteria Valley Water District. This well and the water district draw from the Carpinteria groundwater basin, which is not considered to be an overdrafted basin. Next slide, please. The project also requires a development plan, which includes increasing the height of the permitted greenhouse from 16 feet to 22 feet tall. 2 new water tanks will be constructed. The development plan includes legalizing as-built development, including additions to the pack house, boiler room, fertilization room, gazebo, and 3 water tanks. The development plan also includes demolishing as-built development, including additions to the pack house, accessory storage structures, 1 water tank, and residential structures. Impervious surfaces will be upgraded to pervious surface material, requiring 820 cubic yards of grading. Next slide. As allowed by section 35-174 of the coastal zoning ordinance, the applicant requests a modification to the 30-foot side and rear setbacks required by the Carpinteria agricultural overlay. The setback is shown with a dashed blue line on this site plan. The request for a setback modification applies to the structures shown in orange, which include portions of the permitted greenhouse to be increased in height in the side and rear setback, as-built additions to the pack house within the side setback, as-built boiler room in the rear setback, as-built fertilization room in the rear setback, and one as-built water tank located in the rear setback. As described in the findings attached to the staff report, the project justifies this setback modification. All development within the setback area is in support of the cultivation operation on site, and the site is largely built out with permitted development. The project has been reviewed by SBAR for visual resource compatibility and the Carpinteria Summerland Fire District for access and emergency evacuation. Next slide. The project is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the land use element, agricultural element, and conservation element. A complete discussion of these standards and policies, along with the consistency analysis, can be found in the staff report. As noted in the staff report, the estimated water use for irrigation under the proposed project is approximately 12.05 acre-feet per year, and projects located in the Carpinteria groundwater basin are not subject to a threshold. Next slide, please. The project is consistent with standards of the coastal zoning ordinance, including the Ag 1 zone standards and the cannabis ordinance. The project includes a landscaping and screening plan to screen the project from public viewing areas, a lighting plan consisting of motion sensor light fixtures, a plan for fencing the cannabis premises, a site transportation demand management plan to reduce vehicle trips to the site, and an odor abatement plan. Next slide. The project relies on the PEIR prepared for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, as documented by the written checklist prepared pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15168. The checklist is included as Attachment C to the staff report. No additional environmental review is required. Next slide. Staff recommends that you make the required findings for approval included in Attachment A, determine that the PEIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is needed, and grant approval of the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baylor, Ms. Baylor. Questions? Commissioner Park.
Yes. Ms. Baylor, I have basically 4 questions for you. And I wonder if you could go back to your first slide, the schematic slide, the diagram of the property.
All right. Thank you, Joe, for managing the slides.
Oh, yes. And while he's setting that up, let me just state, in general, I like to go to site visits, talk to the applicants, and find out how they intend to operate their project and how that bears on public concerns on things like where odor comes from and so forth. So it's important to learn how they're going to do it. But the second part is always to then look at the project description and the conditions of approval and see that the land use applications, or rather the land use permits that we provide in their details, actually track what the applicant says they're going to do. And here I'm looking at the to the left, outlined in light green, the building that says processing. And my understanding is there really isn't going to be processing on this site, that the cannabis will be taken off-site to another place that's the applicants have access to, and it's better set up for processing, better building for it. And the part of processing that is probably most obnoxious to the public, the drying in particular, will occur there. So I'm wondering if, one, you could tell us what processing will occur in that building, and then 2, whether we have a project description and conditions of approval that enforce that project description that match what the applicant says they're going to do or not do. That answer that question first, or set of questions.
Ms. Baylor, you're muted.
Thank you. Commissioner Park, through the chair, thank you for your question. So the applicant has informed us that they would like to dry, trim, package, kind of the typical processing definition that we have. That is what they would like to do in the pack house. However, I think our conditions of approval reflect that. They allowed that kind of processing use. However, I think it would be wise to let the applicant explain exactly what kind of processing they would like to operate in the pack house.
I appreciate that. I agree. I think we need to ask the applicant about that, because this will clear up a really important issue for the public and for the people that have opposed this. And maybe I visited the wrong project last week and got the totally misunderstanding, but that was my understanding. So a second thing, also relating to opposition letters and what they pointed out, I would say that some of the opposition letters had a very nice bullet point list of concerns, which is helpful to me. And one of their concerns was height of the greenhouses, and that this will approve an increase in height from 16 feet to 24 feet. Is that the entire greenhouse that's shown on that first slide that has now disappeared?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, yes, that's correct. They're requesting to increase the height of the entire greenhouse.
Okay, and that's a discretionary thing with us, or is there a height limit that would normally apply in one of these things, and how does it fit with that height limit?
So the request for the height increase is consistent with the Ag 1 zone height requirements. So the height of 22 feet would still be well below the height requirement for an ag building in this zone.
So it's not like we're considering a variance to the zoning ordinance or something. And okay. And then a last thing is, again, particularly these bullet point letters and a few others talked about landscaping, and they pointed out that there are only 3 plants shown on the landscaping plan that would assist the screening from Foothill Road. And I wonder if you could bring up that, if you have a slide that shows the landscaping and you can address that.
Absolutely, Commissioner Park, through the chair. So as shown on the slide before you now, there are 3 new trees, 48-inch box trees that are proposed to be planted. And those are really proposed to be planted in the areas where existing buildings will be demolished. So the purpose of these trees is to fill in gaps in vegetation that will exist after existing buildings are no longer there. So we do have a slide prepared to show the existing vegetation. So we can kind of provide you with a little bit more context with what is there currently. So you can see on this aerial that this is kind of a view of the parcel in the vicinity of the surrounding properties. And then if we zoom in a little bit, we can see the other trees that are already located on site. So there's mature trees that are currently screening the property from Foothill Road. And the purpose of the new 3 trees is to complement the existing vegetation. And this existing vegetation is required to be maintained for the life of the project, such that the project will continue to be fully screened from Foothill Road.
And on your first slide, it showed those yellow, I'll call them splashes, so to speak. Are those the trees that get added, or was that the lighting?
Yeah, the yellow. Yeah, good question. The yellow is the lighting, and then the green clouds that are kind of in the left side of the slide are the trees, the 3 trees.
And staying on that slide, we can see that probably 80% plus of the perimeter of this property is bounded by other greenhouse projects, and presumably some of those are cannabis. And then the only part that really is so immediately visible by the public is along Foothill Road, and that's already heavily vegetated, so that these green circles on the left are showing new plantings that'll kind of fill in where there are existing buildings.
That's correct. Yeah, the surrounding properties are largely built out with greenhouses as well that are similar to the greenhouses on site. And the only public view sheds of this property are from Foothill Road.
Great. Well, thank you for your clarifications, and I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Are there other commissioner questions? Not seeing any at this time. Ms. Baylor, thank you very much. Stand by.
Chair Cooney, Chair Cooney, I had one question. Sorry.
All right. Didn't see your hand. Now I do.
Okay. Really appreciate Commissioner Park going through all those questions. I had the same ones, but I have just a couple of others. One of the, I hate to use the word opposing letter, one of the comment letters, and I thought the tone was very good and very helpful, was a question about, there's a requirement for odor abatement and measurement in relation to nearby residential uses, but the high school is a big concern and it's very close to this property. So and I'm sure that staff has read those two letters from the public. Do you have any response to that? Because it really is a staff enforcement of the permit issue in relation to the cannabis ordinance as opposed to the project description. So I'm wondering if you can address that, if we can roll in measurement from the high school to any of the conditions.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So the odor plan proposed is consistent with the requirements. So it was reviewed by an industrial hygienist. It was certified by an industrial hygienist. It includes monitoring components and enforcement mechanisms, which are consistent with our conditions and the requirements in Article 2. So, any complaints that come in, any odor complaints that come in, will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis by our enforcement team. And that includes any complaints coming from the school, from surrounding properties. And I just want to acknowledge that, the Article 2 requires that odor be prevented from being experienced in residential zones. But regardless, every complaint, even if it's not received from a location in a residential zone, will be investigated by our enforcement team.
Is the high school, what is the zone of the high school? Is it a residential zone?
I can't speak to that. No, that's okay. It's not in our jurisdiction, so I'm just not familiar with the zone.
That's
in
right.
The city of Carpinteria, but we do, we work closely with the city of Carpinteria, and any kind of concerns that they would have or complaints that the city of Carpinteria would have, we would also address on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. And just note that we didn't have a letter from the school district or the city of Carpinteria even on this case. So that's encouraging. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Ms. Baylor, thank you. Very good presentation and have set the stage well for the presentation.
Frozen.
Commissioner Cooney, if you can still hear us, it might be, maybe try turning off your video.
Mr. Chair, or Madam Vice Chair, as it were, if you want to take a break, we can do that. But otherwise, the applicant team is ready to make a presentation.
I believe our chair has left the meeting and is attempting to probably just reconnect. Let's just give him a minute.
I'm going to suggest the vice chair goes ahead and calls for a 10-minute bathroom break or whatever you want to call it, and that gives Chair Cooney the time to maybe reconnect. Mr. Park, could you do that?
Yes, I'm not going to raise my hand because there's no one to recognize it. So
At the moment, you're chairing it because the
I-
chair's on.
I know that. So I'm going to usurp the chair's authority right here and now, even though it was just appointed today, not even an hour ago, and call a 10-minute break so that our chair can get back on. And I recommend that those of you take advantage of that opportunity to do whatever you would do at our 10:30 break. So there we are. We're on break.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Not sure what the commission did when I was out of touch, but assume we were done with the presentation by staff and we're ready to turn to the applicant. Okay. So who's going to start? Mr. Higgins?
Actually, I'll be starting. Mr. Chair, Winfred van Wingeren. Could I request 25 minutes for our presentation, please?
That'll be fine, Mr. Van Wingerden. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, members of the board and staff. My name is Winfred van Wingeren, and I'm the property owner and applicant of Maximum Nursery. It's very good to be here today and share with you why this project has the perfect set of ingredients to be approved by your board. I do want to thank the board and staff for all of their hard work in getting us where we are today. Also, a small apology for not being there when you visited Maximum Nursery due to the fact that I was down with COVID and feeling much better today and out of it. So good to be here. Next, this is the first slide. Yes, next slide, please. I'm very proud of our location and the people on our team and the staff that make it all happen. With me today is Mike Palmer, partner and board member, Phil Green, our president, Whitney Colley, our vice president of compliance, Yvonne van Wingeren, vice president of cultivation, Amanda Clark, our compliance manager, Paul Schaefer, our odor and ambient air monitoring expert with SCS Engineering, and last but certainly not least, Jay Higgins, our land use advisor. Next slide, please. This slide takes us back to 1982, when we were the first commercial Gerber grower in the country. Farming is in my roots and DNA, having over 300 years of farming in my family. We immigrated from Holland to California in 1967 and built our first greenhouses, our first crop being chrysanthemums. Always adapting to market forces, we switched to Gerber daisies in the early 80s due to the fact that South America was flooding our markets with cheap imports. By the early years of 2000, the wholesale markets were getting decimated and we turned to the mass market for bouquets. We were successful in that business, but we're looking at closing down some of our operations due to the fact that our wholesale markets were dying. Then in 2015, a bright star shone when we were offered an opportunity to keep our operations with a new crop, medical cannabis. Again, adapting to new markets has always been our motto. And when opportunity knocks, it's time to open the door. Next slide, please. This new crop has given our greenhouses and the community a fresh start, and the benefits are numerous. Stable jobs have been created in processing, compliance, maintenance, and growing. Many of our flower employees stayed on and have been able to climb into better paying jobs with improved benefits. We've indisputably the cleanest and lowest impact form of agriculture. We employ 8 different predatory insects, recapture and reuse all of our irrigation water and fertilizer, utilize closed loop heating, and sustainably generate biomass in the most efficient manner possible. How many farmers can claim that? We're members of CARB Growers and pride ourselves in our compliant practices. Next slide, please. Our next slide is that of community involvement. We truly love our Carpinteria community. It's an easy community to love, a small beach town with friendly people that all appreciate the small town atmosphere. We've been living in Carpinteria for over half a century and love to give back to every part of our community. We've been involved with Girls Inc., Carpinteria Pool, the Bluffs, the old skate park, the new one, the stadium at the high school, the FFA, Computers for Families, and many more. We're deeply grateful for what Carpinteria has given our family. for the life we've created here and honored to give back in likewise fashion. Thank you everyone for listening. And now I'd like to turn it over to Jay Higgins, our land use consultant.
Thank you, Wynn. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Dan.
My name is Jay Higgins, and I'm representing Wynn and the applicant team here before you today as our land use agent. I don't have too much to add here because the staff report says it all, but I'd like to emphasize a few points. Before I do, we do really appreciate staff's hard work in bringing us here today. It has been a long 3 years fitting this parcel with pre-1970 development on it through the lens of the CARPAG overlay ordinance, and of course through the cannabis land use development standards, as well as the licensing program. And thank you to Ms. Baylor for her hard work. And that one slide she had, I think up there, slide number 8, listed all the things that we're compliant with. So perhaps no coincidence that we have a project that both meets the CARPAG overlay ordinance and one that has a lot of community support, as we've seen in public comments. Excuse me. So it's really a pleasure today to bring you this project. At the outset, next slide. At the outset, we did envision that this is just a change of crop and it would be relatively straightforward. Along the way, we realized that we needed to up the ante and improve the project beyond the change of crop mentality. Next slide. So with your approval today, you'll see a reduction in building area by removing most of the unpermitted structures. The office additions in the front of the packing house are going away. That will result in a fully compliant property with respect to the 75-foot front yard setbacks that are in the CARPAG overlay. We're also removing 3 storage structures in the rear of the property to maintain the rear yard setback, with the exception of the boiler room. We are asking for a setback modification to keep the boiler, which is critical infrastructure for the project. The result of that modification is a relatively small triangle of space of only around 600 square feet. And if you were to measure the total setback area required, which is around 11,000 square feet, that's the width of the property times the 30 feet of setback, you'd see that our modification request is only about a 6% deviation. Given that the adjacent property to the rear is also an active greenhouse nursery, we think the modification is supportable. We're also technically requesting that the odor control unit be located within the side yard setback, but that location is farther away from the property line than the established setback of the existing greenhouse. So we're not exacerbating that setback with that modification. And as you'll hear later, we plan to decommission that odor control unit in the near future. Finally, staff believes that a modification to the side yard setback is necessary to allow the roof to be raised. However, keep in mind that the roof raising does not introduce further setback encroachments. So it's really just an airspace encroachment, one that was evaluated by SBAR and one that will not be visible from public rights of way due to heavy tree cover along Foothill Road. So we think we have sound basis to request the setback modifications because they are judicious and we are fully removing all front yard structures and because we're overcompensating with respect to lot coverage. So next slide, if you don't mind. The replacement of the existing concrete and asphalt is noted in light blue on the site plan there. And that represents about an acre of new pervious concrete that'll improve stormwater conditions and facilitate groundwater recharge. The project also includes the removal of the concrete loading dock in the front of the property along Highway 192. This removes a bit of a traffic conflict, although it is a part of the history of the parcel. The project, with your approval today, will also will also result in a reduction in traffic trips beyond the baseline. An upgraded septic system to meet today's environmental health and safety standards. And we will have a significant reduction in on-site processing by relocating the drying and manicuring function right now that is currently in the front part of the greenhouse to an off-site location. This last feature further reduces employees associated with the project, which further reduces traffic, of course. It also reduces potential odor impacts associated with processing. So let me depart here from my presentation and just answer Commissioner Park's question. We are requesting that the packing house remain entitled for processing. The processing moniker is really a licensing name, and it does allow the operator to store dried cannabis in bins. The packing house will be fully odor compliant, and our odor control plan presumes processing in that greenhouse with carbon scrubbers, but 98% or so of what's happening on the property now in terms of processing in the greenhouse will be offsite at another location. So finally, with your approval, the next generation of greenhouse odor control tech will truly be the gold standard, and you'll hear about that now from Phil Green. Next slide.
Thanks, Jay. Before I dive into our specific odor control plans for Maximum, I want to take a moment to talk about our commitment to the community when it comes to odor. We're planning on moving a vast majority of the processing activities from Maximum to an area of Carpinteria that is further removed from residences and other sensitive receptors. This, along with our upgraded odor control methodologies, will have an undeniably positive impact on our odor generated on site. A key pillar of following through on our commitment to drive the ball forward on odor has been continuous research, exploration, testing, deployment, and operational refinement of odor control systems and technology, which I'll dive deeper into in a few minutes. Our responsibility to the community on odor doesn't end once we've just installed the scrubbers into the greenhouse. As part of our odor abatement plan, we will directly receive and respond to odor incidents reported by our neighbors. We will continually evaluate our systems, operations, and respond to any complaints to thoroughly investigate and resolve any issues that may arise. Part of the monitoring portion relies upon continued development, testing, and implementation of improved odor measuring and monitoring technologies and methodologies. As we're all painfully aware, currently, in the field measurement of odor relies upon individual and subjective noses. We're committed and focused on finding an objective and quantitative measurement of either odor surrogates or total odor directly in the field to ideally ensure that odor limit exceedances are detected before impacts are reported to us by neighbors. Next slide, please. Myself and other members of our team were key participants in the year-long negotiations between CARP growers, which represents a majority of the cannabis operations in Carpinteria, and the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. The product of these negotiations was the Model OAP and Community Guidelines, and I'm very proud of what was accomplished by this group. And I'd like to take a moment to thank the Coalition for being willing to stick through the process and act as a voice for the community in what was needed with regard to odor to ensure the continued success of the cannabis industry in Carpinteria, while staying committed to preserving the things that make Carpinteria so incredibly special. Next slide, please. Over the course of our time in cannabis, we've been cognizant of the comments and feedback from the community, and I think the agreement really helps to address the common themes of the complaints and concerns expressed. While vapor phase odor control was a big step in the right direction compared to the previous generation of misting systems, it's been made clear that it isn't enough. We've committed to the installation of carbon scrubbers in the greenhouse to reduce the odor concentration within the greenhouse before it even leaves the vents. There have been many comments over the years by community stakeholders that the complaint and response procedure developed by the land use ordinance was not transparent, objective, nor detailed enough to be effective at identifying responsible cannabis operations and ensuring a sufficient response is made to prevent further odor events. We have fully adopted the tiered response protocols defined within the Model OAP into our odor abatement plan. This ensures that any complaint is directly addressed in the resolution or path forward to correct is communicated to the reporting party, the community stakeholders, as well as the county. One of the hard problems that has been faced is how does the community, county, and industry make a determination of which farm or farms are responsible for creating an odor issue? As part of the agreement with the coalition, if a farm is suspected of possibly being partly or entirely responsible, the response protocols are the same. The onus falls upon the individual farms to investigate, test, and provide evidence that either they are not responsible for the odor or that they are, and what corrective actions will be taken to correct and prevent future incidents. These measures may initially include the use of dispersion modeling, odor panel samples, all the way up to and including the adoption of any emerging and proven best available control technologies. The tiered response protocol requires the acknowledgement of complaints, sharing of relevant data, findings from internal investigations, and corrective actions with the reporting party, community stakeholders, and carp growers. This will hopefully help to alleviate that feeling that when someone complains, there is no follow-up with or pressure on the surrounding cannabis operations to respond. The responsibility rests fully on the operator with this agreement and adoption into our odor abatement plan. In fact, community feedback is a key pillar to the success of our odor management plan. Next slide, please. Highlighted in green is Maximum Nursery and its proximate location to residential neighborhoods in Carpinteria High School. Carpinteria High School is about 760 feet from the edge of the greenhouse, and the residences are about 580 feet. Because of our location with respect to these sensitive receptors, it was imperative that we become leaders in odor management within carp growers, and we're eager to work with the community, subject matter experts, as well as go beyond, quote, industry standards when it comes to greenhouse odor control. Next slide. Our processing building will be used primarily for the storage of harvest prior to transportation to the more remote processing facility, where drying, curing, trimming, and packaging will occur. In addition to this processing activity reduction, we're going to bolster our current carbon scrubber system with carbon filtration on all HVAC exhausts, as well as tighten up the leak area of the building by using vapor barriers, sealing around wall penetrations, strict adherence to best management practices like keeping the doors closed when not in use, minimizing the time cannabis is in transit between the greenhouse and processing area, etc. Next slide. Before going over our planned odor control system for the greenhouse, I'd like to take a step back and look at the timeline of our research, collaboration on, and evaluation of odor technologies and odor science in general. In late 2017, we transitioned from a misting system to the vapor phase odor control system that is currently installed and utilized around the greenhouse. While initial testing and evaluation of the vapor phase system proved to be very effective, it became clear via comments from the community that vapor phase alone wasn't sufficient. So we started to look at other, possibly supplemental technologies. After exploring ways to modify the development or the deployment of vapor phase systems, meetings with multiple vendors offering various proposed silver bullets, and truly getting a better understanding of the odor chemistry of cannabis, it became apparent that carbon truly was the best option in the greenhouse. Exploration of the use of negative pressure being applied to the greenhouse was one of the methods researched, conceptually designed, and contemplated. The required infrastructure and electrical demands that would be required to achieve negative pressure in such large buildings with the inherent and unavoidable leak area and created by entrances, exits, building construction, etc., was determined to be inefficient and infeasible. The structure of the greenhouses themselves came into question when the slight pressure differential between inside and outside was calculated across to the entire surface of the roof and walls by well-respected greenhouse engineers. The unfortunate part of that conclusion was that there was no commercial off-the-shelf solution that could handle the unique requirements of carbon within the greenhouse. In early 2020, we were introduced to a group out of Holland that had a prototype proposed carbon scrubber that was specifically designed for the greenhouse environment, utilized cutting-edge filtration concepts, and promised increased longevity of the carbon life. We decided to move forward with the construction of a small number of prototypes to conduct a small-scale test at one of our Carpinteria greenhouses. The prototype scrubbers were delivered in early 2021 and deployed for testing. Working with SCS engineers, efficacy testing was conducted over the course of several months, and the initial tests within the greenhouse demonstrated between 81 and 87% odor reduction within the greenhouse itself overall, and single pass odor reduction through the scrubber of around 96%. These extremely encouraging results prompted us to work with the supplier to further develop the scrubbers into a form factor that better work for our greenhouses specifically. We quickly followed up this small-scale testing program with an order of sufficient scrubbers to outfit our currently operating greenhouses here in Carpinteria with 10 scrubbers per acre, and are in process of receiving and installing them as we speak. One farm, which does not yet have business license, state licenses, and thus no plants, has them fully installed. A full-scale test of these scrubbers will be conducted next month at one of our locations using several third-party engineering companies, and we look forward to the results confirming the already encouraging results from the small-scale test. Next slide, please. As I said earlier, prior to the exploration of internal recirculating carbon scrubbers specifically designed for greenhouse use, we could not find a technology to treat the odor, quote, at the source before leaving the greenhouse vents. Venting of the greenhouse is essential to the efficient control of the growing environment and what allows for the economically efficient and environmentally friendly methods of growing that occur in Carpinteria. Being able to exchange warm, humid air with the cooler air is a vital method used for temperature and humidity control without needing air conditioning or forced air heating and drying machines. That air exchange is also one of the hardest parts of odor control compared to a processing space or more traditional warehouse indoor greenhouse or indoor cannabis cultivation, thus driving the need to reduce the load within the greenhouse prior to that air mass leaving the greenhouse via the vents. We will be installing scrubbers into the maximum greenhouse in the coming months, well before the issuance of business licenses or annual state cannabis licenses. Not because we have to, but because we want to, as good neighbors, truly do all that we can to reduce odor as quickly as we can. After initial installation and testing, we'll continually evaluate the performance of the scrubbers based upon internal odor monitoring, any complaints, and scientific follow-up testing about a month after initial commissioning, as well as during our first harvest period after issuance of the business license. The science supports that reduction of the odor load within the greenhouse will dramatically and perceptibly decrease the odor impacts in the surrounding area. Next slide, please. So what you see here is the maximum site location again, the approximate neighborhoods, and Carpinteria High School overlaid with data from the EPA-approved Aeromod dispersion modeling software. Using the software, SCS engineers fed in 3 years of local weather history, the surrounding topography, and calculated odor concentration, as it would be measured by an accredited odor panel, to determine where the worst 1 hour average impacts for any given year could be. As you can see, the outermost area of this plot represents 10 D/T, or about the average background odor level measured by SCS throughout Carpinteria during their 5 years of involvement in the quest for odor science. Using this greenhouse vent emission odor limit of 499 D/T, the models predict no odor impacts from the greenhouse at either the high school or surrounding residential areas. During initial testing and follow-up, this 499 D/T number can and will be used as a benchmark for compliance testing and an indication if Maximum is contributing to future odor complaints. When multiple farms are possible sources of odor, the ability to measure D/T and employ modeling to analyze the possible contribution to offsite odor incidents will be useful tools in having an objective, scientifically based method to refine suspected odor offenders. I'm confident that we're on the right path as an industry and community to see drastic odor improvement in the coming months and year as more and more farms adopt and implement new technology like the one that we have selected to control their odor. The agreement with the coalition, our odor abatement plan, and the community guidelines further strengthen the requirements of the cannabis ordinance to ensure that we are held to the commitments we have made before you today. Thank you again for allowing us the time to explain how we got to be where we are today and what sets this project apart from any that have been before you prior to today. I'd like to turn it back over to Jay to summarize the proposed project.
Next slide. So, Mr. Chair, we think the project has been designed appropriately to really maintain the agricultural integrity of the parcel as it is in Carpinteria, and it certainly is vetted through the CARPAG overlay ordinance. Again, we will have a reduced employee count, reduced traffic. We are proposing to reduce on-site processing in a rather significant way. Of course, we all know cannabis irrigation uses less water than cut flowers. We've put that into the record as well. You have the stormwater program that will add or benefit stormwater and water recharge. And we, of course, are going to be installing the next generation of carbon scrubbers in the greenhouse. So our goal is to eliminate offsite odor, and we do hope that you approve the project today. We have been, we took a timeout effectively, and Phil got into that testing program, and the acquisition, the vetting and acquisition of this new technology took some time. So we've waited, and the timing is right to deploy that. And with that, we think the timing is right for a project approval today. So certainly here for questions, and can take those now if you like.
Very good. Questions from commissioners, Mr. Park and then Ms. Bridley.
Yes, I have a question that I presumably best answered by Mr. Higgins, but maybe not, maybe by Mr. Van Wingerden, and then also another question for Mr. Green. Mr. Higgins, we've had some members of the public that are somewhat distressed by raising the heights of the greenhouses from 16 feet to 24 feet. Could you tell us why that's occurring? Not why there's opposition, but why the increase would occur. But also, tell me, if you will, if you know, what the height of the greenhouses are that surround this project on almost every side, and then greenhouses that surround those greenhouses on their sides.
Let me ask Wynn to answer the volume question, which is the height question. So increasing the height increases the volume inside the building. Wynn, do you want to take that?
Sure. Increasing the height is very critical in controlling the environment by creating a better buffer. And so that means that we're going to be more efficient in our heating. We're going to be more efficient in our growing. We'll grow a better product. And so overall, just increasing the height, it improves the general growing conditions. So also, just to state that the fact that the greenhouse height is going to be, I think, 22 feet. And it will most likely not even be visible from the road because we're tucked in between greenhouses on all sides, on the east, the west, the south, and even across the way from Foothill on the north side. So I don't think that will...
This is for the greenhouse height. A lot of the greenhouses that are relatively new, built in the 80s or thereafter, are up over 20 feet in the 20 to 25 foot range. The Everbloom nursery behind this project is 20 to 25 feet. I believe the greenhouses on the west and east side are still very old and at the 15 to 20 foot height. So the height was vetted by SBAR. We actually story polled the greenhouses, and what was, I guess, the takeaway from the story poll and the visual assessment is that you can't see it anyway. We had a hard time even finding a public vantage point where you could see the story polls.
Well, that makes sense. Let me go into my question of Mr. Green. Mr. Green, are you still on the line? Are you still there?
Yep.
There you go. And I'm going to throw you a softball because I asked you this question at our site visit. So we kind of rehearsed the give and take here. I remember that our first cannabis hearing was for G&K, and I think it was about 2.5 years ago. And at that time, when we looked at carbon scrubbers, what we basically heard was, or assumed, whatever is the right verb for that, that they needed to be used in a completely sealed building, and that building would, because it was completely sealed and could not use the natural environment for cooling, the venting the carpentry greenhouses are designed to utilize, that there would have to be a tremendous amount of air conditioning, and that there literally was not the power supply available to the Carpinteria Valley to power that kind of air conditioning in the greenhouse industry. Do you recall that?
Yep. Yeah.
And, now you've outlined, I think, in your timeline, how things have progressed, how the understanding has progressed and what you've learned. Let me ask you to address something you didn't specifically speak to in your presentation, and that is the power requirement that's necessary for what you anticipate doing with the carbon scrubbers in the manner that you intend to use them in the greenhouses. What will the power demand be, and is it a problem?
Yeah, so we're looking with 10 scrubbers an acre, approximately 1.3 to 1.5 amps of scrubber. So 13 to 15 amps of 480 per acre. It's not a problem with infrastructure for most of these operations outside of the properties. I think a number of the greenhouses here in Carp are on the waiting list for upgrades as part of their packages. So we're all pretty close to maxed out on our panels. We were lucky that we were kind of able to find the energy budget, if you will, to fit them all in at our properties. But they're much less demanding than if we were to go the route of negative carbon, which I think the smallest system we looked at for our theoretical deployment was about 100 amps of 480 on top of any air conditioning and dehumidification that we required. So it's close to maxed out on our panels. We were lucky to.
Well, your devices now, they're on the order of what, 700-800 watts a piece, and that's kind of like a vacuum cleaner or a hair dryer, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, right around
there. And how about the sustainability of these things? I mean, are they going to operate for a while? I know there was some question when we first brought up carbon scrubbers, whether we'd have to change so many filters it'd make them infeasible. But,
yeah, with the traditional canister carbon that we use in more indoor operations that are much drier or in processing areas, the longevity of those canisters was on the order of about 2 weeks to a month at most. The manufacturer of these scrubbers expect them to last multiple years before having to swap out carbon. Obviously, when the rubber meets the road will be the true determination of the lifespan. We're pretty optimistic at this point that what they're saying will match up in the greenhouse.
And you've actually been using these over at Creekside, right?
Yeah, we have 15 of kind of the prior generation. They're much too big to be evenly deployed throughout a greenhouse, but they're a great proof of concept for the filtration methodologies that are used, and they've been holding up wonderfully for almost a year now.
Members of the public have expressed a concern about the when of this. They want the scrubbers, but they're concerned when will it actually occur, and some are skeptical that it'll ever happen. So, when do you actually anticipate installing the scrubbers?
My goal for maximum is to have the scrubbers in sometime mid-May at the latest. Ideally, it'll be before that. The scrubbers that are designated for maximum are just rounding the southern tip of Florida on a ship on their way here. And as soon as they arrive, we're going to be ready to install them.
So they'll probably wait at San Pedro for 6 months. I'm sorry. But
it's been trying getting containers through. That's one of the reasons we're delayed on the initial testing. But as soon as we get them, we're ready for them.
Very good. Well, Chair Cooney, I have some comments, but I'm not going to disguise them as questions. I'll cede the floor to whoever next has some real questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Briley.
Just a really simple question was, what is D over T?
Sorry, apologies for not defining that. So that stands for dilution threshold. It's the way that the odor panel objectively measures odor. So what they do is they take the sample, they have the panelists who are trained noses, and basically they feed the sample mixed with completely pure air, and they look at the dilution ratio of clean air to the sample in question to see when they actually start to smell it. So that 499 represents the dilution threshold of clean air to the sample. And it's just their method. They basically turn it, if you will, a valve to see how much clean air they have to add before you can't smell it any longer. And it's
Okay.
a standard method of measuring different odors.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question, and Mr. Higgins, we kind of covered this on the site visit, but I guess I didn't realize this was the standard about the water agreement for, our important finding about resources being available for the project. And maybe I should have asked it of staff, but essentially you already have an offsite water agreement for well use on the one property that's not on your site. Is that correct? I mean, it's already recorded. It's not pending approval of this entitlement.
No, we've recorded there's been a long-standing shared water system between the parcels. And part of the new county requirements is that anything shared like that substantiates the, utilities or service to a project needs to be documented and agreed to in writing and recorded. So we've done that.
Before it comes to our commission for action,
Well, that is the new process for all
Okay.
Developments in the county with respect to access or utilities. Yeah, that's a relatively new thing that came out of a different project up north. I think it was a subdivision, but that's now the policy. And so we have had that recorded already.
Okay. Okay. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Commissioners Blau, Farini, any questions of the applicant's team? Okay, I've got one. Not sure who would answer this, but we've heard that the packing house will divest the operations of processing certain that have been problematic. Is there a schedule for that process, Mr. Higgins?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, best thing to do is look at a site plan, if we could get that on the screen. So we're all clear, because it's a little confusing. But while that's loading, I can try to narrate this. The processing that's going away, if Mr. Villalobos could put a cursor on the left side of the greenhouse. So So move that over 2 lines and then draw down. That area there, all the way down, sort of the northern section of the greenhouse, about 10,000 square feet, that currently is processing, officially as defined in the code. It is, and when you walk in there, as you did, you saw that it was all dried. It's cannabis that's being dried in cooler rooms. So that's a pretty heavy duty odor generator that we're deleting. We're removing all of that processing. That area, that 10,000 square feet of greenhouse will return to cultivation only. Processing that is as defined in the code, that is where the arrow is pointing to, and the packing house, that remains. And as you saw when you walked into that building, that's being used for storage of cut flower in bins. And it's really a licensing construct to have any place on your property where you're storing binned cannabis that requires a processing license. So we do want and need that building to remain as processing for storage primarily. However, our odor control plan accommodates or assumes that, and that building will be outfitted with additional scrubbers, as Mr. Green noted in his presentation.
Okay, but just to drill down a little bit, I understand the significant odor producing processes are going to be moved off site, but when can we expect to see that actually done in terms of general timelines?
So essentially, prior to licensing of this facility under the county's program, we're in that limbo of our the offsite facility needing building permits before we can make the upgrades to that building in over off of Via Real. So as soon as that comes online, you've seen how anxious this operator is to get going with their other projects. You saw the other roadside project that's got the scrubbers installed now. The minute they get the permits, they're going to activate the other offsite drying facility, and that'll be deleted off this project, but no later than business licensing here for Maximum. If that answers your question. Maybe too many words.
Yeah, and you haven't mentioned, but there is the concept of appeal from the Planning Commission decision, which could delay it further.
Yeah, theoretically it could, but again, they're motivated to get processing into a purpose-built processing building because it just functions better. And the minute that property comes online, we've applied for, had plan check, waiting for a second plan check or the building permit literally now. And the minute that is issued, the work is done, and it could be offsite in the matter of less than 6 months. So even if there were an appeal, the owner or the applicant is ready to move processing offsite.
Okay. Commissioner Park, do you have a question pending? You're muted if you're talking, John.
I do. I have a follow-up question to yours, and that's why I raised my hand here. And it's a question for Mr. Higgins and perhaps staff. Let's say, Mr. Higgins, that it just doesn't work out using that purpose-built structure, or maybe it gets sold or whatever, and maybe there's a different operator here. Does our project description that we have in front of us today and the conditions of approval in front of us today for the land use permits, does it allow the operator to move the processing, the drying and trimming back into that processing structure that's on site?
So no, because as Mr. Villalobos drew, that area of the greenhouse that is where we're deleting processing is part of our project description. So that 10,000 square feet of area is essentially a condition of approval.
And then that processing that that is included in the light green outlined structure, if we grant this application today as is, does the project description and conditions of approval allow that structure to be used for drying and trimming?
Yes, it does, because that is the licensed area that the applicant needs for storage, and because we have an odor control plan that protects and mitigates from odor. Mr. Green outlined all the building improvements to seal that building and add additional scrubbers into that facility.
Well, can the project description of conditions be modified so that the public could be sure that even though you say that the trimming and drying will be moved to another facility, that it won't come back here?
It won't come back to the greenhouse for sure, because that's not what we're proposing. But we are.
But back to the processing structure that's outlined in light green.
Well, no, the entitlement request is to keep that building, parts of that building, not all of it, but parts of it for the processing license. So it's got all of the odor control components in there that are next generation for that building to continue as a processing license area.
So if you decided to change your mind, I'm looking at this from the point of view of a skeptical public. If you decide to change your mind in a few years or a few months or whenever, to bring the trimming and drawing back into that structure that's outlined in light green. The conditions of approval and project description for what we would approve today would allow you to do that. Is that right?
Yeah, this is Phil Green. I'm going to transition over to Jay. That is correct. The two things I'd just like to point out in response to this is we've reduced our employee count sufficiently enough that we wouldn't be able to bring back full-scale processing even within that processing building without coming back to modify our employee count. And no matter that if the drying and trimming came back to the processing building, the same odor standards apply. So if we do have odor events, even with the return of a smaller scale processing to that building, an odor event is an odor event, whether it's in the greenhouse or for processing, and we'd be obligated to either reduce the intensity, fix it, or pack up our bags. We have no choice but to make sure that there are no odor events off our property, no matter what's going on the property.
But if you won't have the employees to do drying and trimming there, and you don't intend to do drying and trimming there, is there a harm to you to refining the project description and conditions of approval to ensure that there would be no drying and trimming there as a practical matter? I mean, that's been a selling point on this project, and I think that people like to see that selling points actually get carried through. And I certainly don't want members of the public to address me in a few years and say, Commissioner Park, you're such a naive person. You bought that idea that there's going to be no drying and trimming there, but it's back. And didn't you foresee that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, with your permission, I'd like to think about it while we hear from the other commissioners on that. I want to say this could go into the category of no good deed goes unpunished, but I understand where you're going with that. And what's happening in the processing building now that you saw is storage. That part of the my trepidation on that is the definition of processing is different at the county than it is at the state, or it wants to be different at the county than it is at the state. And is there drying happening in the bins while they're sitting there? I mean, we get into the weeds on the functionality versus the licensed activities by definition. So if you would give us a second to think about that while we hear from other commissioners, we'd appreciate it. Or maybe while we hear public comment, of course, too.
Well, and I understand that. And I would want to do the same if I was in your shoes, because, this is such an amazingly complicated world of regulation, state, county, and God knows what on this cannabis stuff, that you really don't want to agree to some modification now that kind of sounds good in principle, but really screws you up. So I hear you. You should do just that. Thank you.
Are there any other commissioner questions of the applicant at this time? If not, we need to move to public comment. Don't see any other commissioner questions, not that there won't be down the line, but let's move to Mr. Villalobos. Are you ready to queue up the public?
Mr. Chair, yes. Our first speaker will be Anna Carrillo, to be followed by Grant Cox.
Good morning. My name is Anna Carrillo, and Happy New Year to everybody. I'm tickled that we're doing the progress on the carbon scrubbers. So thank you, Phil Green, for kind of, filling me all in on, how this, will work. I've heard it before, but this is more refined. This particular place is one of the smelliest places in Carpinteria. And thank you also for, I don't know if it was Higgins or Phil Green who gave me the distances, because I couldn't, tell from, the chart that was in the OAP. But this is a smelly place. Nobody reports from the high school. I think actually Commissioner Cooney has mentioned at one of the previous last time we probably met in public, smelling it at the high school. People don't report from the high school. So just be aware of that. And of course, the biggest problem is identifying the source. And the complaint process is a problem. So I just wanted to make sure, we understood that. I do have a question, and I'm glad it was explained, that maybe in 6 months, we would be, seeing the new carbon scrubbers in there. I also understand, I think that your processing is going to be done either at 3684 Via Real or 3798 Via Real. It's all part of the same, ownership, or I see that. I make sure that the processing building is sealed. I've seen now the pictures. It was very hard to see from the plans exactly how that was, being done. I'm glad people, the commissioners have brought about the increase in the height. And then there is that modification of the 30 or the 16 feet, away from the, the border. I'm concerned about the traffic. It's interesting to hear that you're saying the employee traffic is going to be less now. I mean, I know in one of the BAR meetings, it talked about 15 employees and now you have 25. So I don't know what your employee count is, currently. So that's it. And thank you very much for, your consideration and the hard work that has gone into this, project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. You're very diligent in following these projects, and it's helpful to the commission.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Grant Cox, to be followed by Jamie Collins.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to comment. My name is Grant Cox. I founded Grant Cox Enterprises, Inc., also known as Greenleaf Landscapes construction side and Tar Pits Gardening Landscapes maintenance side. I was brought to Carpinteria in 1975, and I grew up with family in the flower industry. I'm well connected to this community. I probably engage with over maybe 300 people a week within this community. And we always, always bring up the questions about concerns regarding the cannabis growers here in Carpinteria. I am very appreciative of all the growers and what they've done for this community ever since I've been here. They give so much and care so much. My kids, current one goes to Carpinteria High School, and my daughter just graduated last year. And I always ask them the questions about the odors in Carpinteria. They said it's really not an issue, period. I actually have my yard and office right next door to Maximum, and I'm having trouble justifying some of the complaints regarding the odor issues. With that said, I appreciate that all the cannabis growers in Carpinteria are doing to comply and respect the requests of some of the people who aren't happy with some of the situations. This whole industry has saved this community, and they give back so much to us. And I hope that somehow we can compromise and let this whole thing go forward. One last comment, or maybe second to last. I grew up over by the sewer plant, and for years I witnessed the smell and how bad it was. But I just realized that there's nothing I can do. Don't complain. I live in Carpinteria. It's one of the best places to live in the world. So maybe that can be considered as well. Again, I hope the commission approves of this. And if there's any questions to me, feel free to ask. And again, thanks for allowing me to add my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Our next speaker will be Jamie Collins, to be followed by Jason Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Jamie Collins, and I'm a resident of Carpinteria and a neighbor to the proposed project by Maximum at 4555 Foothill Road. I'm speaking today to ask the Commission to approve the proposed project. Winfred Van Wingerden has been a longtime resident and business owner in Carpinteria. He is often seen at every local fundraiser, supporting a variety of causes that support the Carpinteria Valley. He intentionally invests his time and his money in projects that will only benefit residents, as well as the greater community, including this proposed plan. As a personal and professional neighbor to many of the local cannabis farms, the odor issue has drastically improved, and the farms have been committed to doing their best to eliminate the odor and quickly find innovative ways to bring the best technology to our valley. From my understanding, this project is focused on building infrastructure and changing the crops grown on the current property. I fully support this project and know that along with everything Winfred does, this project will be completed with intentional thought for safety, security, and what is best for Carpinteria and its neighbors, one of which I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Our next speaker will be Jason Rodriguez, to be followed by Lorraine McIntyre.
Hi there, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you. In my previous slide, well, let me first of all mention my name is Jason Rodriguez. I'm the co-owner of the Food Liaison Corporation here in Carpinteria. In my previous life, I was in law enforcement. And now my wife and I own, as I mentioned, the Food Liaison here in this beautiful town of Carpinteria. I was appointed to Carpinteria's Architectural Review Board in 2019. We own our homes here. Our daughter attends school here. I say all this to make the statement that we find Carpinteria the most perfect place to work, live, and raise a family. Our restaurant and catering company, the Food Liaison, has been in operation in Carpinteria since 2013. And from the very beginning, Winfred Van Wingerden and his business, Maximum Nursery, has made it a point to patronize and support our endeavors, both in business and philanthropically. I've always admired not just Winfred, but the entire Van Wingerden family and the great work they do, along with their steadfast commitment to our community. When COVID hit and all the local restaurants were forced to shut down, Winfred became a pillar in a local program called Keep the Lights On, in which his cannabis business played a huge role in helping to keep my business open by placing hundreds of lunch orders for all of his employees. The cannabis operators, being of the agricultural industry, became the majority source of revenue for our catering company and restaurant. They filled the void of other businesses that were not deemed essential and were no longer actively present within the county or the city. This is only one example of how incredible Winfred is. Winfred is a man to be trusted and honored. I speak for myself and my entire family and all my friends here in the Valley when I say Winfred Van Wingerden is a treasure to our community. I urge you to approve the maximum project at 4555 Foothill Road, as this is a straightforward project, just a change in crop and no new infrastructure. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Our next speaker will be Lorraine McIntyre, to be followed by Mark Chatillo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lorraine McIntyre, and I live off of Baylord Avenue in Carpinteria. Win has been a fellow Rotarian in my club for many years, and a lot has been said about his integrity and commitment to the community. There's no doubt about that. He brings optimism and enthusiasm. There's just no doubt about who he is as a person and his commitment to the community. Cannabis is here to stay. Maybe one day it'll be deregulated at the federal level. This property could use a little bit of improvement. I think it's a win-win, a great match to have Win leading the helm of this initiative. I strongly recommend that you approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre.
Our next speaker will be Mark Chatillo, to be followed by Peter Dugray.
Good morning, members of the commission. I'm Mark Chatillo, and I'm going to speak today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis and offer our support for this project. That's an unusual statement for this organization. I'd like to explain why. The coalition has been deeply involved in Carpinteria cannabis issues, in particular odor issues, since the inception of the organization nearly 2 years ago. In attempting to address these issues in Carpinteria, we worked closely with carp growers and developed the comprehensive agreement that was attached to our comment letter. It identified the key issues of odor control technology, monitoring technology and community response, in particular the cannabis operators' response to odors. Together, working with carp growers and with the leadership at Maximum, we worked around the limitations in the ordinance to expand considerably the protections for the community and for odor. And we have worked with the county staff to integrate those concerns and those additional actions into the approvals that are before you today. The industry has gone beyond the minimum required by the ordinance. I'd specifically call out in the agreement our joint commitment to identifying and responding to odor issues in any publicly accessible location, specifically including schools. That goes beyond what is provided for in the ordinance and what's contained in the odor plan. However, the comprehensive contract that the growers have entered into, including the Maximum operators, have entered into with the coalition, provides assurances that this problem will be addressed. Collectively, we've worked and followed the very strong lead of Phil Green and the other members of this team in advancing best available control technologies, and specifically moving away from vapor phase deodorizers to address odor concerns, which have both variable effectiveness, but also entail the release of additional deodorants into the ambient air, for which some people are particularly sensitive, and I think nobody appreciates entirely. So the movement to carbon scrubbers, as embraced in this agreement and in this project, is a very significant one. This technology is still being proven. It will undergo rigorous testing and objective confirmation, as Mr. Green explained. Including, we've found that we have a science-based technology forcing approach to address odor issues in Carpinteria, working with the cannabis community. Responsible members, like the folks at Maximum, have gone above and beyond the minimums to ensure that this community will resolve these odor issues, and as we go forward, they will not be issues into the future. So we thank you for considering our views and for your support for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chattillo.
Our next speaker will be Peter DeGray, to be followed by Sheila Batson.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Cooney, Planning Commissioners, Happy New Year to you all. My name is Peter DeGray, Executive Director of Carp Growers, our Cannabis Farmers Group, with 10 member farms in Carpinteria Valley, all responsibly farming here. And Winfred Van Wingerden's hearing today is a milestone. 4 years ago, he was the founding president of Carp Growers, and Win really set the positive tone for all of our members. We decided back then that farms would commit to being transparent, listening to neighbors, and creating an even better industry that's compatible with the community. This holds true today, and we've seen the community come to embrace cannabis farming. Winfred's leadership in the area of finding community-based solutions continues. The team at Maximum, as you saw Phil talking earlier today, is really responsible for the greatest investment in odor control solutions in our area. The commitment that they've made has led to groundbreaking advancements in understanding of cannabis odors and really developing the new solutions from a foundation of science. All of our members and all stakeholders benefit from their work and are really grateful for it. And Maximum also shares a great responsibility, as Mark had said before, with this new great partnership between the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis and Carp Growers in the reaching of a landmark agreement that really outlines the community-focused guidelines for cannabis farming in Carpinteria Valley. The agreement was only possible because the farmers and Coalition found common ground, ways to work together, and we genuinely thank the Coalition for helping to develop a path forward and supporting our member farms. Maximum's been around for nearly half a century now, and thankfully now it's being improved, and that's really in compliance with the county cannabis ordinance. And I think we're seeing much of Carpinteria's ag belt. It was aging, and it's all being improved to the great benefit of the area. Agriculture, we're happy to say, is alive and well in Carpinteria, and we thank all stakeholders for that. So Carp Growers today, very simply, is in full support of Winfred's project and ask for your approval, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. DeGray.
Our next speaker will be Sheila Batson, to be followed by Tita Frontato.
Good morning, members of the board and staff. My name is Sheila Batson, and I'm a registered nurse and a Carpinteria resident. Thank you for your time and consideration in regards to Winfred Van Wingerden and his greenhouse property at 4555 Foothill Road. I met Winfred over a decade ago. It was 2011 when he gave me a tour of Maximum Nursery and shared his history and that of his family. His pride was palpable. He talked of working with his father and the need to diversify crops over the years and his great good fortune to live and work in Carpinteria. He spoke of the struggles of the cut flower market, the slim profit margins, deferred greenhouse maintenance, and his commitment to his employees and their families, many of whom had worked for Maximum for many decades. When the opportunity to grow cannabis came along, it provided Winfred with a way to hold on to his land, improve his greenhouses, and keep his employees working. Maximum Nursery is pesticide-free, recycles and reuses its water, and is diligently working on odor control. Being a Carpinteria resident myself, I can say without hesitation or reserve, the odor issues are minimal and their odor control systems are greatly improved. Winfred Van Wingerden is an excellent example of stewardship. He cares deeply, whether it is an individual that needs a helping hand to get up and over a difficult situation, a family who is homeless and needs shelter, a nonprofit that is looking for support or a cause he believes in. Winfred invests his time, energy, and resources. He is a man of integrity and compassion. In closing, I strongly urge you to allow Winfred and his Maximum Nursery project to move forward before you at 4555 Foothill Road. Thank you very much for your time today. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Ms. Batson.
Our last speaker on this item will be Tita Frontato.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like this opportunity to express my support and encourage the Commission to approve Maximum Project. Carpinteria has always been an agricultural community, which is the reason so many find our surroundings beautiful and idyllic. As expressed by most community members, the transition from flowers to cannabis has also brought incredible benefits to our community. And as always, the Van Wingerden families are setting standards, guidelines, and behavior for this new crop. And that's what this simply is a new crop. This is the most environmentally friendly plant our valley has ever farmed. Winfred Van Wingerden has and is one of Carpinteria's most cherished community members. Win's unrelenting dedication to community causes, the well-being of his workforce, the health of our environment, and the future vitality of our valley is what makes him a valued community leader and trusted Carpinterian. There is no surprise that the Maximum Project is an impressive example of the power of collaboration, engineering, forethought, and leadership. Their hefty investment in carbon scrubbing technology, coupled with their agreement with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, proves without a doubt that the Maximum Project is not only setting industry standards, but equally important, remaining steadfast to their commitment of being responsible neighbors and community citizens. Thank you for your time and dedication to our county. And again, I respectfully ask that you approve the Maximum Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Ms. Frontato was our last speaker for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. At this time, we should give the applicant an opportunity to briefly respond, if they choose, to the public comment. Mr. Higgins.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Appreciate all the public comment and appreciate the support of Mr. Totillo, as well as the coalition. You know, like I said, there was a long pause where we and everybody involved really dug in and the complexity of the agreements and the tiered response and the OIP, I think reflects that with a sincere and earnest approach to overcompensating, do way more than the ordinance currently requires. And, you know, part of this was P&D's involvement too, advising that not all of what the coalition and the carp growers wants can be put into the, you know, can be essentially a P&D burden to monitor. So that was good feedback. But again, we are overcompensating in a rather significant way. And that's reflected, I think, in the support of the community. And so I think with that, I would like to just respond to Commissioner Park's question about the storage and the drawing. You know, I think that Board of Supervisors has recognized rather recently the importance of processing in the community. You know, and it's not an easy thing to do to get some of your property activated for processing if it isn't already. In terms of warehouses in Carpinteria with the carpet bag overlay, there's, I think, only one project I'm aware of in the entire valley where there's a new processing building. So we're not inclined to limit the activity there with this entitlement, because I think we're going over and beyond what is expected of us, and I do hope for your support. Certainly be able to answer more questions that come up.
Thanks, Mr. Higgins. We appreciate your presentation and the team's input this afternoon. I'll go back then to Ms. Baylor and staff. Any questions or suggestions from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Yeah, I did want to just clarify regarding processing on site that the project before the commission today is for cultivation in the greenhouse and processing in the pack house. And any further changes would need to be processed with planning and development, and new permits would be required as needed.
Okay. Anything else we should keep in mind?
I think that's all for now, but if you have any further questions, feel free to chime in and ask. Thanks.
Great. So commissioners, are you ready to deliberate at this time? Seems so. Commissioner Farini?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. I don't have a lot to deliberate on this project. The site visit was very informative and actually refreshing. I guess I wish they could do more on the land they have to further increase efficiencies, but the project applicant has chosen this project and worked it through with staff. So before us today is a complete project that I believe has been thoroughly vetted. It's encouraging to see the evolution that's going on in the odor control and how they're getting through efficiencies and adaptation. They've been able to bring in carbon scrubbers. So for me, that's exciting to see that improve the air quality of these production units. So I'm ready to move forward. Not a whole lot of deliberation on my side. Thank you, Chair Cooney.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. Commissioner Park.
Yes. Oh, and Chair Cooney, I don't mean to usurp your usual role as a first district commissioner to speak first on the project, but I'm assuming by you calling on us, you're ready to have the rest of us speak first, and then you might wrap up. Am I presuming things correctly?
Thank you for your courtesy. Yes, that's my thinking here.
Okay. I'm going to go over just a couple of kind of big issues briefly. So have faith as I get through it. I'm not going to rant. One thing, just responding to Mr. Higgins' recent comments, I can assure everyone that he is correct, that there's a lot of kind of thinking going on right now countywide as to whether we should have processing on-site or on-site. We tend to villainize it as a source of odor. And we've had a lot of projects that say, hey, vote for us because we're moving it off-site. But from a point of view of such things as tax collection, transportation, and even odor control, there are a lot of good arguments that maybe we should look again at processing on-site. So it's a major concession for somebody to say, hey, never ever would I do it. So I appreciate what Mr. Higgins' comments were on that. I also, that makes me think of in Mr. Chatillo's comments and others in talking about the agreement that's been reached by the coalition and carp growers. As well as they've described it, their comments have been understated. We really should be celebrating that. We should be celebrating that because, you know, I never would have thought when we first looked at this Carpinteria Valley Planning Commission, which was about 2.5 years ago with the GNK project, that we'd ever see any change or progress in odor control. And in fact, what we've seen is people that exercise the utmost of good faith in negotiations to try to get to practical solutions. And they've done a tremendous amount of work to prepare a legal document that's truly impressive in how thorough it is. So that's something we should be celebrating. We should be celebrating the effort that's gone in from people like Mr. Green and others to finding a practical solution and really make things better. And I think they have. So there's things to celebrate there. There's other things to celebrate. I lived in Carpinteria from 1980 through 96, I think. And I rode my bicycle and later my horse, the one that just died, all over Carpinteria Valley. And I thought, God, I love this place. It's such a cool mix of agriculture and then interesting housing and fun beach town. And I just thought it hit the sweet spot. I moved to Solvang so I wouldn't have so much mildew in my closet from all that great weather they have down there. But and I wondered, but gosh, what's going to prevent this from getting the urban sprawl that the rest of California is so subject to? And the answer, of course, is successful agriculture, because agricultural zoning alone doesn't prevent sprawl, but agricultural zoning and commercially successful agriculture does. And people like the Van Wingerdens, they've searched for a solution to keep agriculture in play for a long time, and we should appreciate that. I don't know that cannabis is going to be what you do in Carpinteria in 15 years, but at least you're going to get another few years. You're buying time with cannabis, and you'll look for the next project. Another thing I think we should celebrate is the existence of people, including one that never spoke today, and I'm thinking of young farmers like Yvonne Van Wingerden, even young farmers that I know personally through some of the members of the commission, Brett and Blake Farini. And, I did farm work when I was young, and all my cousins, we fled from doing farm work and being in farms because it was so darn hard and there was no prospect of making any money. And seeing what we have in this county, some very fine young farmers that are committed to stay in agriculture, and they're challenged by it. They're full of innovation, full of ideas, is really something special. And that's going to be part of what prevents the loss of agriculture in this county and keeps the county looking like it does. There is a white elephant in the room I want to address, and that is, I think our job is not to just look at the ins and outs of a project, but to think about what the public is concerned about and make sure that their concerns are aired and thought about. And there is an odor issue in Carpinteria. In fact, as I was driving down to the site visit, I called a friend of mine who's a retired attorney. She's probably the most prominent attorney in her field in the United States. She has a great deal of credibility with me. And she was addressing the odor from that area. And we were talking about what it is. And I ask around a lot of different growers. And what I believe is that there are growers that do their their best to follow all the rules and adopt the best practices. We hyper scrutinize them, and then they receive a kind of public approbation from that's based on what some of the illegal growers and growers who are less ethical are doing. And I believe there are growers in Carpinteria that finally they've all gotten the buyer system, but there's at least one of them that never even turns it on, except when somebody comes to snoop around. And are we doing enough? This is rhetorical. Are we doing enough as a county, P&D staff, carp growers to identify who those people are and get rid of those scofflaws so that we can address the odor problem and not blame good projects for it? So with all that, I am ready to support the project, and I hope we can congratulate these folks on doing a good job. And by these folks, I include the coalition, of course, and but that we can get to the source of some of the neighborhood frustrations. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Blau? You're muted, Dan.
Yeah, I'm just curious to know what political office Commissioner Park is planning on running for, but it sounds like he's getting prepared to do that. At any rate, for me, this is real simple. When we started with the cannabis ordinance back in the beginning, I forget how many years ago it was, my first recommendation was that it be limited to being grown in a greenhouse environment with provisions that make sure that the odor doesn't leave the property line. So I'm happy to see that the technology and the growers are starting to come around to that way of thinking, and so this is the project I would have loved to have seen as the first one 3 or 4 years ago. Now I'm learning that the technology may not have been there back in those days. So happy to see it's here and happy to see them implement it and be concerned about it. And hopefully this will be the new standard going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you, Chairman Cooney. I just, from the planning and permitting standpoint, I wanted to remind us all that Carpinteria is a little bit challenging because how they developed their greenhouses were with less regulations until the carp ag overlay, until the county looked at really aggressively permitting every single thing. So this project also brings forward a kind of tidy cleanup of existing as-built development. And some people may look at that as being, you know, oh my gosh, they built something without a permit. But frankly, that has happened in lots of places in the county. So it's a good thing when an application comes in and has all that permitted. Also, all the stuff that they're going to have to do in terms of the groundwater improvement by changing out all the concrete to permeable pavers, again, you know, a victim, if you will, of new regulations, but that will actually make the site be better environmentally in the long term. So I found, you know, while this is a little bit messy and you know, the site plans were a struggle for me to get through, but I understand what it is. It's basically permitting everything that's been going on there for the last, you know, 30, 40 years to today's standards, and also getting everything that they need to continue the project in ag. And that's really important to me. I've said it over and over. So the evolution of this grower towards the best available technology is very impressive. And I really appreciate everything that Mr. Green and the whole team explained today. And of course, Mr. Van Wingerden and his whole family and their commitment to the community. So all that said, as much as I'm concerned about the nucleus of so many cases in this area, this is the first one, and it's really a good standard. So I'm leaning towards supporting it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. I chose to go last in this particular matter because I really value the thinking and input of my fellow commissioners and have all the way through my experience on the Planning Commission. Carpinteria is a little bit different for me because it is where many of my friends live. The Van Wingerdens used to be clients when I practiced law in Santa Barbara. And it is certainly something that I agree with when people who have testified today attribute so much support to Win Van Wingerden in particular. But I think it goes beyond him to the Van Wingerden family extensively. But it really is a personal matter. I don't think Mr. Van Wingerden's contribution to Carpinteria should allow us to approve anything he comes forward with, regardless its merits. But in this case, I've seen some strange bedfellows on a Carrillo who holds our feet to the fire and makes us think about all these projects back to the beginning. I wouldn't say that that Anna was particularly supportive of this project, but she was impressively silent on the issue of whether it should be approved or not. And the many speakers who spoke of personal qualities, I think that's great, but it's not why we approve or disapprove projects. So I turn to a personal concern. I have a granddaughter who's attending Carpinteria High School. Many of you know I've spent hours and hours on the baseball field at Carpinteria High School, and it has consistently been a problem of odor reaching out from the surrounding greenhouses. And while our ordinance attempts to control that, it's woefully inadequate. And in fact, what is impressive about this project is that the coalition, having gone out to obtain the agreement of many of the growers in Carpinteria, has provisions in their agreement that go beyond what the county ordinance requires, and what the county is able to enforce, frankly, because of the devilish evasion of odor in terms of detecting the source. Now, I admit that when the Bayer system came on, as Commissioner Park mentioned 2.5 or 3 years ago, I supported projects that installed the Bayer system with the hope that the odor condition would be ameliorated. And it's proved not to be the case. It doesn't make it worse, in my opinion, but it didn't eliminate the odor. It did provide another concern on the part of many of the surrounding neighborhoods. So then we got to the projects which are providing scrubbers in greenhouses. And I again lauded the efforts of the owners to deal with the odor problem. But nothing to date has been quite as hopeful as the scrubbers that have been installed in one of the Van Wingerden greenhouses. I really believe that well done, well executed, and counting on their investment being appropriate is going to make a material difference in the problem of odor in the cannabis growing industry. And I could be wrong again, but there is the prospect that if it doesn't work, if it can't be detected, there is a solution. The growers have to keep working by contract. They have to keep working on a solution. They have to process all complaints and address them directly. And I think this is all we can ask at this point. So while I don't make the motion, I support a motion to approve the project as presented by staff and the applicant. Any further public or comment from commissioners before we vote? Okay, who would like to make the motion? Do I have a volunteer?
I'd be happy to make the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Franny.
I assume the motion is staff's recommendations, and if that's the case, I'll second it.
Okay, yes, I would say that we move forward with this and approving the project as presented and follow staff's recommendations as presented today to the Planning Commission.
The staff report date is for the record, January 4, 2022, and that's what we're acting on at this time.
Very good.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. It's time for roll call. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Brightly.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Van Wingerden and everybody.
Thank you, Mr.
We have
Chair.
one. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate all your comments and took them to heart, especially those that you made about the ongoing evolution and work with the coalition and community. So with that, we do look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks with another project.
Right. Thank you. We know this is just the first of many projects that will utilize the same technology, and we look forward to something being presented for each of them that's as qualified as we saw today. Okay, commissioners, we have one more item. It's now a little past noon. What kind of a break would you like to take at this point so our staff can get refreshed and present? If we come back at 1 o'clock, is that okay?
Works for me. I need to go do a blood draw, so an hour would be great.
Okay, everybody okay with an hour?
Chair Cooney?
Yes.
Do we have any time estimate for the P&D presentation? Are we talking 15 minutes or are we talking 45 minutes? What do we think it will take? If it was going to take 5 minutes, I'd say take a potty break right now, hear the thing and be done with it. If it's going to be something that's significantly longer, then we should take an hour break and return for that. One reason I want to know, I made a 2 o'clock appointment yesterday. It's because I thought it's inconceivable this hearing could go past 1:30, 1:45. But regardless, I guess that's a question for staff. Do you have any estimate on how long it will take?
Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think the last time I saw this presentation, I think it's going to be between 15 to 20 minutes as far as the length. Mr. Clement just walked in the room. He could probably provide that time estimate better. Mr. Clement, do you have a time estimate for the presentation?
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner, Chair, members of the commission. We're estimating, actually, it will take probably, the presentation is about 25, 30 minutes, I'd say, approximately. And then we would want to account for any public comment you might receive.
Right. Yeah, I think it sounds like an hour. Now we're expecting Commissioner Blau to take care of his issues in less than an hour. So let's be back at 1 o'clock and we'll be done by 2.
Works for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
the next item.
We are ready, David. So if you'd read item 2 into the agenda, I'd appreciate it.
Of course. The Planning Commission will receive a briefing from Planning and Development Long Range Planning Division staff regarding the Safety Element Update Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment, prepared as a first step to improving regional resiliency by analyzing how climate change may harm the community.
Okay. Whitney Wilkinson, are you giving the presentation or is David going to introduce you?
I am giving the presentation and I can just get started. That works.
Okay, great.
All right. Great. Well, good afternoon, Chair Cooney and planning commissioners. My name is Whitney Wilkinson and I will be presenting to you on the progress made in updating the safety element, which includes progress on the recently completed Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment, or CCVA as I may refer to it. The CCVA was prepared by our environmental consultant, PlaceWorks. It was completed in November of last year when we provided a briefing to the Board of Supervisors, and I'm here today to provide you a similar briefing. Next slide, please. The CCVA analyzes how climate-related hazards may harm the unincorporated community, including both community members and assets. It seeks to answer the key question, who and what are most vulnerable to various climate change hazards? In other words, which populations and community resources will be subject to the greatest impacts or maybe least prepared to overcome those impacts. I should also clarify the CCVA is different than the Climate Action Plan. Its main focus is not greenhouse gas reduction, but focuses on how climate change is and will be impacting our community. Also, the CCVA is an informational document, not a policy document that's formally adopted. And the CCVA is, the main purpose behind it is really to help us meet state regulations, which require the safety element to include information on climate vulnerabilities and adaptation strategies. Next, please. So the vulnerability assessment involved multiple steps. These included identifying the projections or changes we can expect from climate change and what hazards they may create or make worse in the case of existing hazards. Identifying and mapping vulnerable or frontline communities, defined as those who experience the impacts of climate change earlier or to a disproportionately more severe degree than others. We also identified and mapped community assets of concern. And finally, we assessed the vulnerability of assets in frontline populations by assigning them a vulnerability score. Next slide. The CCVA was developed consistent with the state's guidance framework, which is called the Adaptation Planning Guide, developed by Cal OES, and it really guided how we progressed with the vulnerability assessment. And we'll also be using this guide in the next phase of the project, doing adaptation planning. Our team also made use of many data sources that compiled information on climate change projections, hazards, and impacts. This included the California Fourth Climate Assessment and the Ocean Protection Council's sea level rise guidance, to name a couple, that provide the best available science on climate projections and impacts. So to clarify, this project didn't involve preparing any new climate modeling, but rather use projections available for our county from these state resources. Our team also made use of peer-reviewed scientific research and other local climate studies and vulnerability assessments developed by various agencies and academic researchers. We also gathered information from county staff, community stakeholders, and the public during our outreach process and ensured our information was accurate and locally relevant. Next slide. To further elaborate on our outreach process, we held 2 virtual community workshops. We also convened a group of county departmental representatives, which we called the core team, to advise us on key topics and review some of our work products. We held meetings that helped us understand how the community can prepare and adapt to climate impacts. In other words, how able they are to adapt now. This is referred to as adaptive capacity. We met with the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee, who advised us on issues pertaining to frontline populations and issues like social vulnerability. We met with a number of stakeholders in one-on-one meetings. We presented multiple times to the Agricultural Advisory Committee, and we hosted a map on our project website that was designed to provide information and seek public comments. Next slide. So after reviewing many data sources, the project team identified these climate change hazards, which are created or exacerbated by climate change. I'm going to highlight a few of the most critical ones, but there's a lot of information on the rest or all of these hazards in the CCBA report, which you can find online. So extreme heat occurs when temperatures rise above a certain threshold, and this threshold varies across the county based on an area's typical temperature range. For instance, on the South Coast, that threshold is 87 degrees, while in the Cuyama Valley, the same threshold is 101 degrees. So, and both the number of extreme heat events and their duration are expected to increase with climate change. Another hazard, inland flooding, is expected to increase as well. This is because precipitation is expected to fall on fewer days in a year and fewer larger storms, resulting in an elevated flood risk. In fact, large storms produced by atmospheric rivers and the severe flooding that can result are expected to increase with climate change throughout California. Debris flow is another hazard of particular interest here, I know. And these landslide events are anticipated to increase as more precipitation falls during a storm event, and hillsides more frequently contain burn scars. I wanted to define what we specifically mean by the hazard severe weather. This includes things like intense winds, lightning, hail, frost, and related events. And these events are anticipated to increase in number on average every year. And finally, wildfire. We measured this by the number of acres burned annually is also projected to increase with climate change. Next slide. So this slide shows you the categories of assets and populations that we assessed in the CCBA. You can see them there. They include frontline populations, infrastructure, buildings and facilities, economic drivers, ecosystems and natural resources, and key community services. Next slide. So frontline populations, again, are groups that experience impacts of climate change earlier or to a more severe degree, often due to socioeconomic or environmental pressures. As a shorthand, I like to say that they experience climate change first and worse. A total of 22 frontline populations were identified and evaluated in the CCBA. Here you see the groups they fall into, along with some examples. And these include people with high outdoor exposure, such as children, outdoor workers, and the unhoused, people with limited mobility or chronic health issues, such as seniors living alone, and people with disabilities. Also, there are populations in remote areas or locations with limited roadway access, in isolated and rural communities, or those that live on single access roads. Next slide, please. This slide shows you how the actual vulnerability scoring was completed. Each score has two components, an impact and an adaptive capacity score. The impact score looks at the severity of a hazard's impact on the asset or population, and the adaptive capacity score takes into account the ability of that asset or population to prepare, respond, and recover with existing programs, funding, and resources to an impact. Those with a high impact and low adaptive capacity will then have a higher vulnerability score. And you can see that in the upper right-hand corner of the table. And those with a low impact and high adaptive capacity score will have a lower vulnerability score. I should also mention that each asset and population is provided a score with respect to each applicable climate change hazard. So for example, agriculture is an economic driver asset, and it would be evaluated for drought and wildfire separately and for all other applicable hazards. The key findings of the report focus on the V4 and V5 scores, those that are highly or severely vulnerable. Next slide. So some of the analysis of the vulnerability assessment is done at the countywide scale, while others are done at the sub-regional level. The three sub-regions we identified are North County, the South Coast, and the Cuyama Valley, and largely excluded federal lands and cities, as you can see there in the figure. The CCVA scoring accounted for cascading and compounding effects when possible, recognizing that one climate hazard can lead to another. For instance, drought can lead to wildfire conditions. The scoring also tried to account for non-climate stressors, which are essentially pre-existing conditions that can exacerbate the impacts of climate change. For example, with frontline populations, this can include things like financial instability, language or communication barriers, or poor housing quality. Next slide. This table is a high-level look at our results for each of the asset categories. The second column tells you how many specific assets or populations we assessed, and the third column shows the results of our most vulnerable assets. The results indicate the most vulnerable populations are those that have limited mobility, limited resources, and those that have existing social or economic disparities, as well as those who would be directly endangered by hazards. The most vulnerable infrastructure we identified includes transportation, water, and wastewater infrastructure. Buildings and facilities that are most vulnerable include residential and historic buildings. The most vulnerable economic drivers we identified were agriculture, agritourism, and coastal and marine recreation and tourism. Freshwater aquatic ecosystems, as well as sloughs and marshes, are our most vulnerable natural systems. And finally, water, wastewater, public transit, and electricity delivery services are the most vulnerable key services that we identified. Next slide. This chart shows you the count of populations and assets that were assessed a high or severe vulnerability score, broken out by each hazard. Essentially, it's showing you which hazards contribute to the most critical vulnerabilities. And you can see there that wildfire, debris flow, and inland flooding round out the top three. However, it's worth noting that even though fewer populations and assets are highly or severely vulnerable to hazards like drought and sea level rise, these hazards can still create significant harm. Our assessment also found that about 3/4 of assets and populations in the county have a high or severe vulnerability score with respect to at least one hazard. I'm now going to highlight some key findings from the report. Next slide. And I'm going to start with emergency management. And perhaps not surprisingly, We found that climate impacts and disasters will increase the need for emergency management services. And we hope that the CCBA results can be used to strengthen staff capacity and emergency management programs, providing the information needed to substantiate any changes that are necessary to existing operations or plans to increase resilience. In our discussions with stakeholders, we also noted the need to prioritize multilingual emergency communications, ensure all, especially frontline populations, can safely evacuate. And we also noted that emergency shelters and cooling centers should be prepared for multiple hazards and be able to accommodate all types of people. Next slide. Based on state projections, we can anticipate an average of a 36% increase in burn area in our county by the year 2100 when compared to today. This finding can be especially risky for wildfire-prone communities with single access roads with one way in and one way out, such as Tepiscay and Mission Canyons and Hollister Ranch. The county and its partners are already doing many things to promote resilience to wildfire, and these actions may need to increase as wildfire conditions may worsen. These actions include implementing and funding defensible space for homes, larger scale vegetation management projects, and evaluation and upgrades for evacuation routes. Next slide. Climate projections show that the number of extreme heat days will increase to 3 times as many days by 2030 when compared to the historical average, and 8-fold by the year 2100. In addition, the duration of heat waves is also projected to increase. So those extreme heat days occur more often in series. Frontline populations have lower adaptive capacity or ability to adapt when it comes to extreme heat for a variety of reasons. For instance, they may not be able to afford air conditioning or be able to easily access places with air conditioning during a heat wave. In our interviews and discussions, we found that there are some existing programs and resources to help these groups, but there are still barriers and gaps. One example is a lack of comprehensive planning and resources for extreme heat events. Next slide. Finally, the CCBA found that many transportation assets are highly vulnerable to climate change. We noted virtually all transportation assets like major roads, single access roads, bridges can be washed out during floods and debris flows. And transportation related vulnerabilities can be particularly challenging to address because much of the infrastructure in our county is owned and managed by other local, state, and federal agencies. And for this reason, the report recommends that the county continue to work with these agencies to ensure infrastructure and transportation services are fortified and upgraded as needed. Next slide. So looking at our next steps, the CCBA will provide the data and information needed in the second phase of the project, the adaptation plan, which will involve developing and prioritizing adaptation strategies, essentially to address the vulnerabilities we've identified here in the CCBA. The adaptation plan will identify policies, projects, and measures to address the most critical vulnerabilities and will inform policy updates in the safety element. During this phase, we will focus on the high and severely vulnerable assets and populations in our county. And we foresee adaptation strategies being implemented through policies and in the work plans of various county departments. And for this reason, and because climate impacts affect many climate resources and services that are governed by different county departments, we plan to continue to involve multiple county departments to do this work. And we should also note the work we've completed, the scope of the CCVA is really broad, with many hazards, assets, and populations assessed at a relatively high level. So more detailed analysis on particular vulnerabilities may be needed in some areas to develop appropriate adaptation strategies. We should also note funding will be a big issue to implement these strategies, and the adaptation plan will assist the county in pursuing and justifying the need for grant funding to implement these strategies. And we anticipate completion of the draft adaptation plan in winter of this year or next year in 2023. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. And I'd also like to direct you to our project website. The URL is there at the bottom. And there you can find our full report, executive summaries, and a 2-page briefing in English and Spanish. There's an image of it there on screen. And I'm also happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Are there any commissioner questions of Ms. Wilkinson? Who's there? Commissioner Blau.
So, yeah, I just, I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do with this briefing, although I appreciate it. But one thing that strikes me is prioritizing the recommendations that are coming out of this report. For example, you know, you mentioned a couple of roadways which we hear about all the time on the Planning Commission that are hazardous, one-way roads where, you know, in case of a fire and you have someone that crashes, the fire truck can't get around them or whatever. So I'm just concerned, are we spending a lot of money on these kind of reports when we should go fix the road? Is that, I mean, what's the purpose of bringing us to the Planning Commission today? You're asking for our recommendations to the board for what they should do with the report? I mean, you know, I have negative comments about some of the report. For example, you know, they talk about sea level changes. And I've said that for, I don't know how many years now. Tell me what the sea level change has been in the last 100 years. And tell me why I don't think that's going to be the same in the next 100 years. But more importantly is, like, I get we have some really dangerous roadways in this county that if there were to be a fire, that it is going to kill people. So why are we not taking our money and fixing those now, as opposed to waiting for a report that comes out in, you know, 2024, 6 or whatever? Or more importantly, what do I care about the temperature change in the year 2100?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair. So, you know, you bring up a good point, and I should just reemphasize, I think I mentioned this in the presentation, but the point of the vulnerability assessment is to just gather data and really try to focus our attention on what in our community, what populations, what roads, what assets are going to be most vulnerable to climate change. And then we really get to this sort of solutions phase of the project. And the next step, doing adaptation planning, that's where we're hopefully going to be looking at, you know, which specific roads are in need of upgrades, or what evacuation routes need, you know, additional capacity, or really focusing kind of on the adaptation strategies that will address the hazards we've identified in this report and the vulnerability assessment.
I guess my only complaint is, and I think that's great, my complaint is why we're not prioritizing that. I mean, I'm I'm a real big believer in climate change, but it has nothing to do with greenhouse gases. It has to do with that little thing in the sky called the sun. And it has a little bit to do with our moon as well. But my point is that what seems to me to be important is to identifying those things that would create the largest loss of life. Should we not be able to create a solution? That's my comment. And then, you know, it's like, I don't know what we're supposed to do today. I mean, are we just taking the report in and going like, okay, thank you, or are we supposed to do something with it?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, just to address that last point. Yeah, this is just a briefing, and we're just here today to see, you know, to take comments from you and take those with us to our next step. So yeah, I just wanted to.
Oh, okay, well, you have my comments. My comments are side. Prioritize what is the most likely to cause loss of life. That should go to the top of the pyramid. And let's start to solve those problems or anticipate that happening again and trying to prevent it from happening. I'm done. Thank you. Nice report, by the way. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Commissioner Briley, how can you follow that?
I'm not going to touch some of that, but I had a pretty simple question. Was, you know, I really appreciate you explaining that this is an informational document and it's a briefing. And so is there a time when it gets folded into, you know, a general plan element? Where is that nexus in the future maybe? Or is it just a backup study that supports those other, you know, general plan elements?
Yeah, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, the specific language in the regulations say that we are to incorporate climate vulnerabilities and adaptation strategies into the safety element itself. So I'm assuming when we get to the stage of actually updating the safety element, we'll be pulling in some of the hazard information that we've identified in the CCBA into the actual safety element, in addition to the strategies that we will identify in the next phase, the adaptation planning phase.
So where's the safety element in the menu of general plan work? And I'm not sure if David has a better overview of that, but I know it's ongoing.
Yeah, I guess so for the next year, we'll be focused on the adaptation plan, and then we'll be actively, and even probably concurrent with the adaptation planning process, we'll be looking at policies and other parts of the safety element that we'll be updating. So it'll kind of be concurrent with the next phase of the project.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it was a great report. A lot of information. I downloaded the presentation, so I know where to find it again with all my new acronyms.
Great, thank you.
Is it a useful document for us in reviewing particular projects, if identified as the type of products, the type of projects that would be vulnerable? I mean, I think it reinforces some of the things that you pick up in the news, but I'd really like to be able to grab this report that our staff has done, even now, recognizing it isn't a regulation yet, but it is a position that we can legitimately assert in either addressing conditions attached to projects or blocking them altogether.
Yes, Chair Cooney, I would say a lot of the report details are pretty broad. A lot of the vulnerability scores are done, you know, at the countywide scale or at the sub-regional basis, which may be difficult to apply to individual projects. But I would say that The project also incorporates an interactive map that contains some of the climate projection layers and hazards that may be helpful in providing some context when you're reviewing a particular project. I can bring up that interactive map if you're interested in taking a look at it, or I can make sure you get a link to it. There is a link to that interactive map on our project website, so you should be able to navigate there if you're so interested.
Yeah, that's appreciated. I think it is a useful effort to already start with the kinds of things that you've organized. Yes, as you say, it's not enough alone to turn down a project or even condition it, but it's a start. These are things we're concerned about. We've talked a lot about water availability, for example, and the regulations are behind that. They aren't well developed yet. So we have a problem with what we know to be a slow process that we can't really utilize yet to be effective. And I think the message is, as you dig into these various issues, we'd like to be part of the group that hears about them.
Great, that's good to know. Thank you, Chair Cooney.
And Chair
Anybody
Cooney,
else?
Chair Cooney, I'm sorry, this is Dan Clement. Just one thing to add with regard to how you may use this report. Although it isn't an adopted element or anything that you can cite as regulation, it is a really good expert study that could be cited as substantial evidence to support conclusions, for example, in like a CEQA document or something to that effect. So you may use it and rely upon it and refer to it. It's a good document. And in fact, many of the other departments who contribute to this and who are going to be reliant upon the success of some of the adaptation strategies that come out of this are already looking to this and using it as a resource. So you may do so.
Great. That's really useful to know about. The reaction is legitimate, I think, to say, okay, this is really nice research, but aren't we a long way from being able to implement any of the findings and thoughts? And I'm glad to have the ability to cite it even in the environmental context. Anybody else with questions? Doesn't look like it. Anything that you'd like to add, Ms. Wilkinson, in closing?
I don't believe so, Chair Cooney. Thank you.
All right. We appreciate you taking the time to share it with us. And I didn't know about it before I downloaded it either. And so it's going to be with my Planning Commission documents, hoping for a use in the near future. Okay, well, thanks to Long Range Planning, Mr. Lackey. And I would turn to you, Mr. Wilson. Is there anything else we need to do today?
Chair Cooney, we do actually have 2 speakers on this item.
Oh, good. Thank you, David. Let's do that.
All right. Our first speaker will be Claire Weinman, to be followed by Mark Chatello.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Weinman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. In the assessment, agriculture is recognized as one of the major economic drivers in the county and scored as the most vulnerable to climate change. We submitted extensive written comments and appreciate the response to some of those comments. We understand the assessment is intended to be a foundational document. This draft has improved dramatically, and we encourage ongoing opportunities to improve the tone and approach as this foundational document is approved upon in other county policies. If the county wants to effectively address climate change concerns, we encourage continued consideration in response to comments, especially as it pertains to foundational approach towards valued industry partners and stakeholders and prioritizing practical solutions. We urge the county to engage stakeholders as valued partners in proactive problem solving. We further encourage the county to recognize its own contributions to vulnerability and undermining adaptability. We urge greater receptiveness to feedback from diverse viewpoints, including the private sector, and tremendous potential for advancement through respectful partnerships. We look forward to this continued course correction and future policy revisions and look forward to participating in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinman. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shatillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I've been following along and listening in, and I think this is a really important process for the county to go through. And in particular, as we look at adaptation measures in the future, including recognizing funding that's available from the state and elsewhere to address wildfire hazards, sea level rise hazards, and accommodate these changes to the environment as we, as our society and civilization kind of evolves in response to it. So this is a useful effort. I applaud staff and the commission's evaluation, and appreciate that we are looking at these things and creating the foundation both for environmental review as well as for the development of the kinds of projects that we want to see in the community to be available. With the state's budget situation, there's increased opportunities, and certainly in the foothills as we're looking at wildfire issues and evacuation issues. These are tools that are going to be helpful, and we appreciate the county's focus. So thank you. That's all I had to add.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shatillo. You've been a big contributor today. Okay, anything else from commissioners? Not seeing any. And David, those were the only two public speakers, right?
That is correct.
Okay, now I'd ask Mr. Wilson, any last minute items that we need to attend?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. No other items to attend to today. Thank you.
Okay, so our next meeting is the 26th, and we look forward to seeing everybody again virtually, I'm sure, but with the prospect that we may, through this next 12-month period, be able to meet in person, which I would love to do. Thank you, everybody. Have a good interim and take care.
Thank you. Nice job, new chair, returning chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.